Welcome to Tampa City Council. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Councilman Maniscalco, you have the invocation.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege today to welcome our good friend Harry Cohen. Harry Cohen, the Honorable Harry Cohen, served as a member of Tampa City Council for 8 years representing District 4. We know him very well from the service here in the city of Tampa, and he currently serves as a Hillsborough County Commissioner just down the street. Harry's family has been in Tampa for decades and always involved. So at this time, I'd like to welcome up Harry Cohen, Commissioner Harry Cohen, to give the invocation, and please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, thank you very much for having me this morning, and I'd invite everyone to pray with me. God of holiness, we hear your message. Justice, justice, you shall pursue. God of freedom, we hear your charge. Proclaim liberty throughout the land. Inspire us through your teachings and commandments to love and uphold our precious democracy. Let every citizen take responsibility for the rights and freedoms we cherish. Let us each be an advocate for justice, an activist for liberty, a defender of dignity. And let us champion the values that make our nation a haven for the persecuted, a beacon of hope among the nations. We pray for all who serve our country with selfless devotion in peace and in war, from fields of battle to clinics and classrooms, from government to the grassroots, all those whose noble deeds and sacrifice benefit our nation and our world and our city. Thank you. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Cohen, thank you so much for returning to City Council chambers. And while you're here, personal point of privilege, I want to thank you on behalf of the City of Tampa for your advocacy on the County Commission on our transportation and our road paving.
October 1st.
Yeah, exactly.
The money's yours.
I really, it has not gone unnoticed. We're very much appreciative, and you know how important that is for the City of Tampa. And we were glad that you're sitting over there and being a strong advocate for paving.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that very much. And we value our relationship with the City of Tampa, and all we want to do is make sure that Hillsborough County and the city work well together.
Well, thank you.
So thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I want to say, Guido mentioned that you were District 4. You had big shoes to fill that I had to step into. But I appreciate the work that your office does in coordinating everything from mosquitoes to roads and other things. Your office worked really quickly with us in both directions, so thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilman Carlson, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with all of you. Our districts overlap, a lot of them do, and it's very, very important that we work together. So thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Miranda? Here. Maniscalco? Here. Vieira? Carlson? Here. Clendenin?
Hello.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Okay, and Councilwoman Hurtek, I see, is online.
And,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Hi,
Good
everybody.
Good morning. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. If, per your rules, we could just have a
Right.
vote to allow Councilwoman Hurtak to appear virtually today.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The
Aye.
ayes have it. Good morning, Councilwoman Hurtek.
Good morning. I want to say thank you all so much for letting me appear remotely. I have been cleared for COVID, but I still just want to be cautious, and so I'm at home today.
As somebody that sits elbow to elbow with you, I appreciate your cautiousness. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I see there's a lot of members for the public here today. I just want to remind you this is a workshop, so there is no public comment. So just so that you know. I don't know if you were. Yes, Mr. Shelby.
When you mean public comment, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, you mean general public comment at the start of the meeting? Is that what?
Public comment after each item, but not at the beginning is what, right?
That's right. There's public comment after each item,
Correct.
after the presentations.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So everybody good with that? Good. Okay. Let's see. We're going to start off. We have a ceremonial Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Buenos dias. My name is Melissa Martinez. I am the chair of the Mayor Hispanic Heritage Committee, and we're here today from our committee members to invite you to this year's 37th Annual Hispanic Heritage Celebration. It's going to be at the historic Tampa Theater off of Franklin Street on October 14th at 11 o'clock in the morning. Our guest speaker is going to be Mr. Tony Salvayo. He's the CEO of East Mars Recycling. We also have our MC again, Sari Carmen Rivera, from our Heart Radio Rumba 106.5. And we're also going to have our entertainment by popular demand. We're going to have back the project, the A13 project, and also our own Tampa Gym and Dance Superstars. This is a free event, and the first 200 people will receive bag lunches at the end of the event. So we hope to see you there, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much for your time. And Councilman Miranda.
I just want to say muchísimas gracias por todos los años que hacen, todos los años hace reconocer a los hispanos en Tampa. It's a pleasure that you recognize the Hispanics in Tampa for year after year, and the great job that y'all doing for the city of Tampa. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a usted.
Thank you. We look forward to it.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Agenda review. Do we have anything on the agenda to take care of?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman,
may I
Mr. Chauvin.
inquire, is it your intention, working with the staff, is there any particular order in which you'd wish to take these items to be able to?
Yeah, I've got one modification. We had a memo from Ms. Feely.
Good morning, Council. Abby Feely, Administrator, Development and Economic Opportunity. A couple things. I did put in a memo asking if we could hear the Tampa Hope Report as the first item now after the Hispanic Heritage ceremonial item. As Maggie Rogers, the COO of Catholic Charities, is here with me this morning to make this presentation to you. In addition, when we set the workshop up, which is predominantly land development related today, I was just speaking with Ms. Crosby and Ms. Johnson-Velez. If possible, we would move item 3, which is the Senate Bill 180, that goes really with all the text amendment discussions, maybe after the housing needs assessment and the coastal action plan. That would be the only other thing, because the housing needs assessment and coastal action plan are really 10-minute presentations that are not intertwined with the code amendment discussions. And then I also know that Brandon and his team is here for the multimodal. So that would be my only other suggestion if council were open to that in looking at how we the agenda items went in this morning.
Motion to move 3 to after
Second.
number 5.
Okay. So 3 to after number 5, and then a motion to move 5 to be heard first. Is it without objection?
Yes.
Without objection, so moved. So we're going to hear item number 5 first, and then 3 we're going to move after number 4.
And I'm not actually sure why the Coastal Action Plan and Tampa Hope Report went together. They're not related, but so we'll just pull the Tampa Hope Report out of 5 now, if that's okay with the clerk. If not, we can do those
So
items.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak to separate those items, second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Councilman Maniscalco.
Just a quick question regarding the coastal action plan. Was that all the information available on OnBase? Was everything uploaded, or are you giving a condensed report, or?
We are giving a condensed report. Evan Johnson is here this morning to do that. Did you want the full report? I believe is on our website, but I'll let him speak to that as
Okay.
well.
Thank you.
So are we going to leave coastal action plan where it is, or combine it with item 1? Does it matter? Yeah, how about we just
Leave it where it is.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll do the coastal action plan after item 3 now. So, okay, very good. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Thank you so much. Very good. Councilman Carlson, and then seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Okay, let's start with Hope. Let there be
Okay.
hope.
If I could have the presentation on Tampa Hope, please, it would be under item 5. If not, I do have a hard copy. The report on Tampa Hope this morning, I'll just wait just a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I messed things up for them back there.
So we-
Thank you very much. Again, Abby Feely, good morning. Councilwoman Hurtak, along with Councilwoman Henderson, had made a request to have a report on Tampa Hope. Many of you know that Tampa Hope is an operation we're in partnership with Catholic Charities on, and this morning Maggie Rogers is here with me out in off of Adamo Drive and 34th, actually 39th. This is a program that the city worked with shortly after COVID. In COVID, Keon Henderson actually worked to set up a Hillsborough Hope up on North Florida Avenue. And at that time, it was open for about 60 days, and we were able to assist 210 homeless individuals and actually get 97 of them into permanent housing. And shortly after that, we had a discussion that it was time for us to work to set up a more permanent location. This was right as I was coming back to the city in 2020. We had to look hard to find a property that met the needs of this facility, as well as was in a location that was viable to transit employment opportunities, or at least a method to get to employment opportunities. So we did partner on setting up Tampa Hope, which opened in December of 2021. When it first opened, it was 100 tents. They are individual tents as part of the model of Tampa Hope, and is to give people privacy for their belongings and for them to find refuge and wraparound services to serve them. Tampa Hope today has 235 beds, which includes 125 tents and 99 cottages. As many of you have seen, we moved to a cottage model that is a prefabbed type of cottage. Several of the cottages have 2 beds, most of them have 1 bed. Since opening in 2021, we have served over 1,550 clients, and that includes 563 of them that went to permanent housing. The average length of stay right now is about 116 days, and as you know, or many of you were out earlier this week with the Matthew 25 Center opened at the facility, and that really has more permanent bath and shower facilities, it has laundry facilities, it has a kitchen. Many of those things that over the years since we started have been in more temporary type facilities. We had portable showers, we had other facilities there. So now that has opened as well. We are working to have, by the middle of 2026, more than 300 beds. To be exact, it would be 365 beds, 1 bed for each day of the year. And the facility has continued to provide wraparound services, including an on-med facility, which I'll talk about in just a moment, that opened in October of 2024. So the on-med facility provides, it's really neat if you haven't been out there to see it. Clients can go in and they can speak directly to a virtual physician, and they can be assessed and have other medicines and things dispensed to them. This actually has cut down on the facility's calls to 911 by 50%. So it's really remarkable what we've been able to do. Other facilities offered there include case management, financial literacy, as it says, AA meetings, Bible studies, because our approach really is a holistic approach. It's not just about housing someone, it's about providing them the services that they need also. This is just a quick look at the number of clients served since we opened the doors. It definitely has gone up and been steady. And then just to talk about the on-med care station, which I mentioned, it opened in October of 24. It served 123 clients so far. And as I mentioned, it has reduced the 911 calls from Tampa Hope by 50%. This model that we're using has been seen by many communities. In fact, when we had the National League of Cities conference here, we provided a mobile tour. Upcoming with ICMA, we're providing a mobile tour out to. Last month, a delegation from Atlanta came with over 50 members of the delegation to see the model that we're using. It's also been featured on CNN. We really have done something with the Partnership of Catholic Charities and their model from Pinellas Hope, which has been in existence now over 15 years, to help and to provide services in a way that's just not about finding homes for people, but it's about finding the services that they need in order to provide a more holistic level of care. So in October, Tampa Hope representatives will be presenting in San Juan, Puerto Rico, as well as at the Florida Network to End Homelessness Conference in Orlando. So it's really a great facility. I think when this motion came up, it was like, oh, we have this facility, we haven't really talked about it, let's share some of this, not only with the council, but with the public this morning. And Maggie's here too if we have any specific questions. Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation and for bringing awareness to what Tampa Hope is, because many people don't know. You know, it's baffling that in 2025, in the United States, we still have homelessness and people are hungry. And the fancy terms are food insecurity and then houselessness and all that stuff. But it's like, people are still on the street. People are still, they can't afford food. They can't afford to live. They can't afford to pay rent. I mean, it's just, it's amazing. I thought as a kid in my lifetime I would see something different. But this program that other places want to copy, mirror, and expand and use, it helps. You know, it gives, it offers hope. You know, the name speaks for itself, but it keeps people off the street, at least temporarily. You know, everybody's situation is different. You mentioned about how they have access to speak to a physician or a medical professional. You know, they don't have that. The things that we take for granted, like having an ID. They may not have money. You know, I think it's $25 to get an ID. To speak to somebody. You know, they're sick. They just stay sick. But what this does, and Chief Bennett has always mentioned this, and I've talked to Harry Hedges, and I've talked to him the other day. This is an amazing project. It's temporary. I know it's not perfect. It may not be beautiful, but how many people are being helped? And the problem that we have is, amongst many things, the climate. When it's cold in the winters, people will come down here, and we see an increase in numbers of individuals that are on the street because, you know, you're going to die being out in the cold and the snow in other parts of the country. But at least we're doing something. You know, we need to further expand that, and because this is so impactful. I mean, look how many people you can help for not a lot of money. So, you know, this is great. These numbers speak for themselves, and I'm glad that we've been an inspiration to other places. The mayor of Atlanta was here and came down with a delegation of 50. You talked about other places. We've been featured on national news. These are good things that we need to keep working on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I want to thank Chief of Staff for his leadership on this, and he put together the one in Pinellas, and then took the leadership role here, pulling together, I think, just about every department in the city, and then lots of charities and government agencies to work on it. It's something that was definitely needed, and filled a gap in the community, and thank you to all the nonprofits and others in the city who've led on it. My question is, I'm getting more complaints than ever about people who are living in or on the streets, especially folks who are soliciting donations on the streets, and then people living in parks and forests. You know, we have groups of people that live in a forest in some place in South Tampa, and then they move to another forest, and so do you have, or you or Catholic Charities, but do you have any idea of what we need to do to solve that? Is it that we don't have enough capacity, or people don't know about it, or do some people just refuse to go to any kind of housing and they just want to live on the streets? What's the reason for that? Thank you.
I can give a preliminary answer to that, and then I could also ask Maggie if she'd like to provide her insights on that. And I also want to, that's a great question. I want to share with you that we actually had a call, my days all run together, but I think it was the end of last week, where we're now setting up a quarterly Housing and Community Development has an outreach team. Maggie has an outreach team with Catholic Charities. We do look for those hot spots. We also work with code enforcement about the encampments, but our goal next month, and I'm happy to share that invite with you as well to come and listen, is to really pull together everyone who's doing something and to talk more thoroughly about the question that you just raised. What could we be doing differently? How could we be doing more? What does that look like? How do we employ that? So we are on that as well, and I'm happy to share back with you on that.
Could I just add, Tampa is doing a lot better than most cities. I forgot the numbers I saw in the news just yesterday, but I think Atlanta has like 50,000 people on the streets, and New York has like 120,000, and LA has like 70 or 80,000. You may know the numbers, but it's enormous numbers, and we're seeing, I think our whole census is a few hundred, but in these other places, they're seeing thousands of people just sleeping on the streets.
Maggie?
Yeah. Thank you. That's a great question. I think the answer is all of the above. I think really it boils down to communication. For us, it's sending me a text message and like, hey, this is where I'm hearing a lot of the hot spots are. This is the community is reaching out to me and saying, every single day I'm seeing this, and then we can deploy our outreach teams there. Capacity is also an issue. We started out at 100. We're now at 235. In 2026, we'll take it to 365. My goal is 400. Mayor Castor may try to push me a little higher than that. But I think it's also the wraparound services, all of us coming together, having the open dialogue and looking at where are those hot spots, where can we deploy our services and work with them on the street as well as when they're waiting to get into Tampa Hope or other shelters.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, Maggie Rogers, Executive Director for Catholic Charities.
Can I add, I just want to add one thing to what Maggie just said, and that's really the new opportunity that comes with Matthew 25, because one of the things we see, and to your point, Councilman Carlson, some people do just want to remain unhoused. That's their personal choice. And we run into some of that, and I think Maggie sees that too. People who come into Tampa Hope, it might not be for them, but they may be back again. But one of the things we talk about is the organized feeding or the organized meals that are provided out. Maggie can speak a little bit, but in Pinellas Hope, their kitchen, those groups now go to that kitchen and the meals are provided there versus meals just being provided kind of ad hoc on the street in different locations by either church organizations or others. And now with the new Feeding Tampa Bay facility, we really could have a more organized way because a lot of us know that if people know where they can find a meal and then remain where they are, either in the encampment or the things that you mentioned, that's not really helping us help them solve kind of the other conditions that are around their circumstances. So do you want to talk about maybe some of what your plan is for that?
Sure, absolutely. So I like to say that we build the ship while we're at sea. And so one of the things that I'm most proud of is that we're able to begin services immediately out of the gate. So when I was called in March of 2020 to open Hillsborough Hope on Florida Avenue, we opened that shelter in 7 days. When we opened Tampa Hope in the east of Ybor area, we closed in November of 21. We opened in December of 21. And so that's sometimes why our model looks a little wonky while we have disaster shower trucks, disaster laundry trucks, our tents are up on flat platforms because we're building the ship while we're at sea. And so when you flash forward, we built this Matthew 25 building with the gracious donation of the Pella Bay family at $1.5 million, but it has a lot of laundry service, restrooms, a full cooking kitchen, a dining area, and it also has a barber shop, a clothing closet, offices, a vending machine room. And so by now that building opening up, we then can deploy our disaster trucks and disaster services elsewhere to other locations that will be doing this service. But also then it provides the clients an opportunity. They'll be able to access these resources. We can then increase our beds. While we have 235, we also have just placed another 90 cottages on site. So we're working to bring the utilities in to add those cottages. That'll take our bed count to 365. And so again, it's just, we start out quick because we're building the ship while we're at sea. And so those services we just continue to add. And we really encourage partners out in the community while while I know that they're doing it from a place of kindness and their heart is in the right place, we really encourage them not to feed out on the street, but to come to us and provide the meals to hundreds of people all at one time. Because when you do feed out on the street, you're in the same street corner every single week. Homeless then tend to stay there. They know that the service is going to come to them, and then that's where you end up with the encampments and folks in your area that aren't leaving. And so we really want to encourage groups to come to us and feed at our location.
Can I just add one? I'm sorry. Yeah, along that line, I've had several groups complain that they've gotten warnings from TPD or other things. And one group called me just a few days ago and said they got, I don't think it was a fine, I think it was a warning from TPD. And they said the TPD officers, and I'm just telling you the secondhand, the TPD officers said, we don't really do this, but the city forces us to tell you, and the next time you'll be fined or whatever. I sent them to the Chief of Staff's office and also THHI if Catholic Charities is a better place, we can do it. But I wish, and maybe this is this event you have coming up, there are so many individual smaller groups that are trying to do something good, churches and others. It would be helpful if somebody went through and kind of mined that on social media to find them and proactively tell them. And then it would be helpful also if especially if there are certain TPD officers that are in the areas where people are handing out food, it would be helpful if they could hand a flyer and say, please, here we have these integrated services. And I think one perception is that government is trying to limit people's freedom to help people. But what you all are saying, the simple message is, folks need more than just food, and we're providing a range of services to try to help them to go to get back to their regular lives. And so the more we can all be integrated, the more we can help them to get back there. So any way we can help, let us know. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, I was involved in that as well, and actually the city attorney called probably our mutual friends last night, and I think that issue is temporarily resolved. Okay. So yeah, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. I listened to part of it while on the way, and part of my being late, but I just wanted to again thank you guys and give again a shout out to Abby for all the great work that you do, and to Chief of Staff Bennett, who this is one of his great passions, our partnership with Catholic Charities. John Bennett is more Catholic than the Pope. And with people like Chief Bennett, there's that saying from St. Francis of Assisi, which is preach always and speak if you have to. He never preaches. People like him just act based upon their actions, and he's always done that, and we're very appreciative. And we're very appreciative for the witness of Catholic Charities here in Tampa. I mean that. I say that as a Catholic, politically. I know y'all aren't, but I always consider myself to be politically a bleeding heart Catholic, proudly and unapologetically. And the witness that y'all do for people, I don't know if this is still your saying, but I remember once years ago it was, we help people not because they're Catholic, but because we're Catholic.
That is exactly our saying.
There you go. Okay, good. Some things never change, right? So that's so important, to be there for people and to feed not just the stomach, but to heal the heart, because the journeys of a lot of people who are homeless, it can be very complicated. There's a lot of hurt, there's a lot of pain, and government can feed the stomach, but government can't heal the heart, and that's what organizations like y'all are here for. And on a larger basis, on a statewide, even on a county basis, I look at programs that help people who aren't seen. I always say this, which is it's the role of politics to see people who aren't seen, and people who are homeless, people who lack health insurance, people who take the HARP bus to go to work every day, people with intellectual disabilities. Too many people are not seen by our political system, and it's the job of the thoughtful person or the person of faith to make sure that those people, the migrant workers, the farm workers, the immigrant, the demonized immigrant or refugee, is seen. And we're seeing a trend more and more in our county, in our state, and in our federal government to cut back on programs that are there for people who work hard and only want dignity. By dignity, I mean a good house, I mean public education so they can have upward mobility, economic development in their communities so that they can go forward, healthcare when they get sick, issues like that. So for me, on a local basis, that's what y'all are doing, which is providing dignity for people who just want to live and want to be empowered with the tools that they can have to survive. A lot of these folks, they're not looking for a handout. They're just looking for a chance to speak with somebody, to share their heart, and to, God willing, find a pathway back to dignity. And that's what y'all do, and that's what the church is for, by the way. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate you and Catholic Charities, but the word hope, I think, is the most important thing that you have in your title. Without hope, there's no future. Without hope, there's no emphasis of that individual, he or she or I or anyone else, to say, I can make it. Because once they have that blank about, I can't make it, then you can't make it at all. And I'm glad you're giving people a hand up instead of a push down. And those are things that are missing in life. When you lose that idealism that there's no hope of getting out where you're at, you're a walking dead. And that's what I appreciate what your Catholic Charities are doing. You're the leader of that operation. And I can tell you about John Bennett. He's up at 6:30 in the morning talking to the homeless on the street.
Oh, I know, he's texting me pictures.
And he does that on a continuous basis. So there's shows you that this city wants to help out. All of us here in this audience today want to help out. And I want to thank you and your organization for doing what you can. In fact, the 400 some odd people is just a scratch on the top of the earth. What's really coming, now that the winter's coming, you're going to double or triple and your desires of need. So I wish you the best of luck, and we're here to help you.
Appreciate it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, sorry.
Thank you. I want to thank both Ms. Feely and Ms. Rogers for this presentation. If you have not been to Tampa Hope, I highly recommend you visit. It's a phenomenal facility, and I'm very sorry I wasn't able to be there on Monday for the groundbreaking, or rather for the ribbon cutting.
Yeah.
But Ms. Feely, I definitely want to be added to that call that you were talking about earlier. Please let Ms. Sharf know about that. But then also, I think one of the greatest takeaways from this could be maybe speaking about what folks can do. So if you see someone, I know that we, if someone could speak about the homeless liaisons we have both in the housing department and TPD, just to let people know, we don't just have this facility that Catholic Charities is running so well. We also have, you can't just show up at Tampa Hope and be let in. There's a process to it, and if anyone could speak to that just a little bit, and that way maybe the housing hotline is a way to reach out. How do people who are struggling and might need a place, how do they reach out? How do they get considered for a spot at Tampa Hope?
Does she want me to now?
Yeah, we can talk about
Sure.
what that does.
Entry to Tampa Hope, out of respect for our neighbors, and this is how it mimics. So I have 7 homeless shelters. We have 4 Hope projects, and they all are somewhat similar. Is that entry into one of our hopes is only by an outreach team, and we do that out of respect for our neighbors. So we don't want anyone that isn't a member of Tampa Hope to think that by maybe camping outside or being close to Tampa Hope gives you the upper next step in. And so we only encourage our outreach team, so it'd be the Tampa Police Department, the City of Tampa outreach team, or the Catholic Charities outreach team. They're the ones out on the street, they're meeting the folks, and then they're the ones bringing them to us on intake day. And then we do intake on Tuesday. Our main intake is on Tuesdays. And then Wednesday and Thursday, the City of Tampa can bring folks in as well with any open beds.
I just want to add to that for a moment that through our housing funds and other commitments, the city does have not only commitments with Catholic Charities at Tampa Hope, but we also have commitments at Metropolitan Ministries, Salvation Army. So our intake or our outreach teams really, the housing outreach team is out in the city every day, and in partnership with TPD, we do referrals to other facilities as well. Yes, Councilwoman Hurtak, if anyone has or would like to share, they can use the housing hotline as a point of entry to share with our team a concern or an individual who may need direct assistance. Sometimes we get texts of people's names and phone numbers. Sometimes we get calls into the hotline. So there's multiple threads on how people can be assisted. As part of the discussion coming up next month, we are looking at how do we better interface? Is it an app? Is it something else on our website where people who have concern or have come into contact with someone who needs assistance, we can provide that more directly. So one thing Maggie mentioned, we kind of do it, it's a very organic, that would be, I think, the best way to classify it. It is very organic, but we can continue to grow those capacities, and we are working on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you so much. This is really one of those things that is just so important. There's nothing more important than getting people housed, fed, clothed, feeling better, moving on to, become who they can be. And I just wanted to ask Ms. Rogers, I believe you have some other plans possibly for that site moving forward, if you want to share some of the goals for.
If you don't, and it's more to come, we could say more to come too.
That's fine.
Sure, yeah. I have right now, I plan to add a medical clinic on site. We'll be expanding with the on-med station. I have 2 more buildings that will be built there. It'll be a welcome center where we'll move the med room over there, as well as a dedicated intake room so we can do larger intakes at one time, and then additional staff offices. I've also created our own behavioral health department. So we'll have our own on-site behavioral health and substance abuse treatment program, and I think that's about it.
I'm
Adding,
sure something else will
400
come.
beds, I don't know. Give me more land, I'll build more housing.
Yes, Councilman Carlson.
Can I just ask one more quick question? And this is a question I get from the community. This is not my question, but there's a perception that, especially in the wintertime, that the majority of people who are on the streets are from other cities. And there even was an effort a couple years ago in Ybor City where some business owners got together and gave away one-way bus tickets to help people go back to wherever they were from. Do you have any data on that? I know that you guys do. THHI does a survey of people on the street, but I wonder what is that true or not?
I do not believe it's, I have heard that also. I have heard, oh, Chicago ships their people here, or so. I do not believe that is true. But in our annual report that we track, because of the housing program funds that this council in partnership with the administration, we do reunite a lot of families. And I do have those numbers. I don't have them with me this morning, but that is one of our options when we do outreach. One of those questions is, do you have family that we need to contact that would, we could reunite you with in order for you to go back to them? So we do work on that directly. And I think, I don't want to misquote what our reunification number is. So I could get that to you from the funds that we as the city do. I'll let Maggie speak to kind of what their approach to that is.
We don't see an increased number that they're coming from somewhere else. The average person at Tampa Hope has been homeless in the city of Tampa on the streets for 5 years. And that fluctuates. It's usually between 3 and 7, so 5 is a good number to say safely. But no, we don't see that they're coming from other areas. And when we do have somebody that, regardless of how long they've been homeless in the city of Tampa, but we're able to help them build a bridge with their family member, that is in, New York or wherever, Catholic Charities, with our unrestricted dollars, we pay for them to go back to their family, once we can verify that we wouldn't be sending them into homelessness elsewhere.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would appreciate very much, if possible, without mentioning names of the individuals or anything, if you would ask where they come from, how long they've been here.
We do.
I'm sure you have that.
We do it
So then, are your facts 100% or anywhere that, I mentioned that there was more coming in the winter, and maybe I'm wrong, that's what I've been seeing and reading. So I need to clear up my situation, what I said, to make sure that I don't make another mistake by saying what I heard and read, that you send that to us when you went at the end of the winter season.
Yeah, absolutely. We do an intake ask where they have been, but this is also the reason why we don't allow people to just line up to come into Tampa Hope, that we're ensuring our outreach team is actually working with them out on the streets. So they're seeing them day in and day out.
Now, I don't need no names or anything like that. We don't need no names, just for our purposes. Thank you very much.
And there is a national system under which their information does go in. So if they're missing veterans benefits or they're missing other benefits that they're entitled to through their service or other things, that is all tracked in a system.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your report.
you.
We appreciate it. I just want to remind council, I know that I've had several requests to make sure that we get out of here in a timely manner. That's not going to happen if we're pontificating on. I do not have anybody registered for public comment except for one individual who said they wanted to comment on everything. Stephanie Pointer. And did you register? Did you sign up for? I see the gentleman with the hand. If you want to go up and land up behind Stephanie Pointer, I'll recognize you as well. If anybody, we had sign-up sheets outside. If you did not sign up, go outside and you get your name on a sign-up sheet for any of these individual items. State your name.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. My experience with the homelessness is very similar to what these ladies have been talking about. When you set up a location, they flock to it. We had the problem at the Civic Center 5 or 6 years ago where we had a food pantry and then we ended up with having such a huge population out there. But what I've seen over time, when Lisa Cheshire was on the streets and when we still had a pretty active Hope on the Horizon in South Tampa, those same 40 or 50 folks are still out there now. Not necessarily, a lot of them are by choice. You see the same ones over and over and over, and even the ones who get housing, you still see them on the street. They have housing and they can go home at the end of the day, but they wander the streets all day long. So just take that into account. One thing that I would love to point out to people is it's illegal to put something in somebody's garbage can. And one of the reasons why these folks seem to leave garbage everywhere, which drives people crazy, is because they can't put garbage in people's garbage cans and they don't have garbage bags. That was one of the things that Lisa Cheshire did all the time when she would go into the woods and say, we've got to clean up this mess. She would hand out garbage bags. And I think that's something that people should know, that that's not a bad thing to give somebody. If you give somebody food, give them a garbage bag to put it in. If we could identify a way where people are able to volunteer their garbage can for waste from a homeless person, I don't think that'd necessarily be a bad idea. But I mean, we just have to look at different perspectives and how things need to be done. But I really wanted to comment on the coastal high hazard. Thank you.
Thank you. You changed your mind? Did you want to speak?
Sure.
Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning council members. My name is Jason Rickmans. Me and my business partner, we do housing for homeless vets as well as recently released from incarcerated people. And my only comment in regards to this is knowing where to find the resources, because a lot of times we come out of pocket to do a lot of these things and it's difficult. And that's really all I have to say about this.
Okay.
So.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your comment. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 2, the multimodal transportation impact fee. We left it in place.
Good morning, Council. Brandon Campbell, Mobility Department, and we are here to talk about the potential increase to the multimodal impact fee as interest has been expressed by several community stakeholders, including the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee and others. This will be the first of 2 informational workshops, and then should Council choose to take action, there will be additional agenda items on regular council meetings. I have with me this morning Emma Gregory, who will be coming to talk to us from the City Attorney's Office about the legal framework that we are working within, and then also Catherine Tellez from our consulting firm, Fair and Pierce, who is helping to support this effort. So I will turn it over to Emma.
Good morning, Emma Gregory, Legal Department. So the first thing I'm going to do is give a quick overview of section 163.31801. This is the law that authorizes local governments to impose impact fees and also tells us how we have to administer them and how we can raise them. So there are a couple of restrictions that we're dealing with. So impact fees in general can't be raised more than once every 4 years. They have to be supported by an impact fee study, which is based on recent and localized data. The law also provides that there are phase-in limitations for proposed increases. So 0 to 25% increase would have to be done in 2 equal annual installments. 26 to 49% is 4 equal increments. And then it says that actually impact fees cannot be raised over 50%. However, it also provides a method to raise them over that threshold if the city presents a demonstrated needs study, holds 2 workshops on the whether or not extraordinary circumstances exist to justify an increase, and then we'd need a supermajority vote, and then once January 1st comes, we'd need a unanimous vote. So today is the first of 2 workshops to evaluate whether extraordinary circumstances exist. We are holding this today to provide City Council the most flexibility possible in deciding what increase is proposed. This doesn't lock us into anything. However, if City Council did want to evaluate an increase over 50%, we'd have to have these workshops in order to do that. So that is the reason that we are in front of you today, and Catherine Tellez from Fair and Piers will be going over the extraordinary circumstances, and we'll be right here should you have any questions.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. I'm Catherine Tellez, a principal transportation planner with Fair and Piers, a transportation planning and traffic engineering consulting firm. And I believe we do have a presentation, so I don't know. There we go. So this morning we're going to provide an overview of the update as well as discuss the extraordinary circumstances. So before we get into the extraordinary circumstances, just want to reiterate a few things about what an impact fee is and what it is not. So an impact fee is assessed by local governments on new developments to help fund the cost of public infrastructure improvements needed to support that development. Fees are typically paid at the time a building permit is issued and are designed to offset the impacts of that development. This fee would only apply to new development or redevelopment if it intensifies the land use on a site. It would not apply to existing residents. So the purpose of the impact fee is really to ensure that existing residents do not pay for the cost of infrastructure needed to support new development, and to ensure that developers pay their fair share. So this fee can only be used to fund capacity expansions on the system, and it cannot be used to fix existing deficiencies on the transportation system. And the fee collected must be proportionate to the impact of the particular project. So impact fees have been around in the city of Tampa for quite a while, established in the mid-1980s. The fee was last set in 1989. In 2002, there were several no impact fee zones that were established. Those expired in 2023. And then in 2014, the fee was transitioned from a roadway impact fee to a multimodal impact fee, but the fee schedule remained the same as it was set in 1989. And so here today in 2025, the city is undertaking an effort to update the multimodal impact fee to really just refresh all the calculations based on the cost to construct infrastructure and to reflect changes in travel patterns of future residents. So there's a few different ways that developers pay for transportation system improvements. So one of them is through the payment of the multimodal impact fee. The second is also payment of a proportionate fee or mitigation fee that's established based on a pretty detailed traffic impact study. And then some developments are also conditioned to construct improvements around their site. So Emma really went into all of the details about the legislative intent, but really just want to reiterate that the legislature finds that impact fees are an important source of funding for cities to pay for new infrastructure to support new development. And some of the other key items are that it must be based on recent data, and then the impacts must be proportionate. The fees must be proportionate to the impacts. Emma already talked through the phase-in limitations, so we'll just skip over these ones. And then there are some of those exceptions to those phase-in limitations, including The preparation of a demonstrated need study to show that we need to increase it greater than those phase-in limitations, holding 2 publicly noticed workshops, which we're at today, and then the 2/3 vote. So what are these extraordinary circumstances that we're facing? So the first is that the fee has not been updated since 1989. Fees are low compared to surrounding communities. The cost to construct transportation infrastructure has increased at a much faster pace than overall inflation. Population and jobs are continuing to increase in the city. The overall demand for multimodal travel continues to increase. The number of roadways within the city operating at or beyond capacity levels is also increasing, and then other funding sources are decreasing. So I'll go through each of these in just a little bit more detail. So really the consequence of the fee having not been updated since 1989 is the loss to inflation, such that the purchasing power of the fee when it was first established is significantly less than it is today. And this also means that developers are increasingly not paying their fair share. The city of Tampa is also not keeping pace with the fees established by neighboring jurisdictions. And a lot of these other fees have been established within the last 5 years, sort of reflecting some of the more current construction costs and travel behavior trends. I also noted that construction costs have been increasing at a level greater than overall inflation. And this means that the amount of fee collected in 1989 that could construct 1 lane mile of new capacity today can only construct 0.18 lane miles of new capacity. There's also been pretty significant increases in population and jobs within the city of Tampa, with the growth outpacing statewide averages. And the comprehensive plan calls for that growth to continue. Also want to note that the city has been pretty effective at growing over the last 20, 30 years, adding more people and jobs, but with a decrease in vehicle miles of travel on a per capita basis. So this is people who not only live in Tampa, but work in Tampa as well. So this shows that with the prior investments, the city has been good stewards of funds of building that multimodal transportation system. But at the same time, the number of roadways that are increasingly at or nearing to be over capacity are increasing, and that is only projected to grow with additional development in the city. And then other funding sources are declining and becoming increasingly uncertain. So as vehicles become more fuel efficient, as more electric vehicles come online, we're seeing that gas tax revenues are projected to steadily decline over the coming years. And at this point, there's no consensus on how to backfill some of those revenues. So just in summary, there's a number of extraordinary circumstances that provide the demonstrated need to allow for an increase of the fees beyond the phase-in limitations should council decide to do so. So the current fee was established in 1989. It's not based on the most current and recent localized data, with 18% of the purchasing power as compared to when it was first established. Fees are low compared to surrounding communities, including Hillsborough County. Substantial growth is projected over the next 20 years, and new development should pay their proportionate share to provide infrastructure needed to support their future residents and employees. The city's been able to grow in an effective manner, with vehicle miles of travel per capita decreasing as the city continues to grow, meaning that investments in a multimodal transportation system have been effective. But congestion will continue to increase unless additional multimodal investments are made. And then other funding sources are increasingly uncertain. So with that, just a few next steps. So we'll be back here in front of you again in October. And so we'll present some of the same information, but if there are questions or other things you'd like us to look into, we can bring that back to you at that time. We'll then bring you an updated fee schedule with a full nexus study meeting all of the legislative requirements. The fee would need to be adopted over 2 readings, and then the fee would go into effect 90 days following the second reading. So we're happy to answer any questions you might have and listen for your feedback.
Just to make sure that we're all on the same page, today's purpose is to just kind of get a consensus that we have extraordinary circumstances and that,
Yes, just to consider them.
Okay.
Whether, any feedback that you may have on what Ms. Tellez just presented, the underpinnings of that, how you find them. It's really a consideration of whether these exist. So
this is an extraordinary circumstance, basically workshop, and then these other decision points and other things will happen at subsequent workshops and the hearings.
yes, so, and we are happy to come back at any regular council meeting as well, if you would like to discuss it then by motion. And then, should council decide to adopt an increase, we would do that by ordinance, and so we'd bring that for first and second reading. And those would be, the second reading would really be the decision point, or the first reading if we don't get the votes at first reading.
Okay, very good. So I have some council persons that have questions. I would like to see us kind of focus in on that, the extraordinary circumstances. I've got you on the list. Councilman Miranda was first, Councilman Maniscalco next, and Councilman Carlson is third.
I want to ensure my math is correct and what I heard was correct. From 1989, it has not been touched.
Correct.
So
The
that's
fees have
36
not
years,
been increased since 1989.
and that's 36 years, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Maniscalco.
In 1989, I was starting kindergarten. And Tampa, as many of the people in this room can attest, Tampa is not the same city that it was in 1989. We've grown significantly, and our, whatever the word is, we've wasted 36 years with not addressing, as things have gotten more expensive and Tampa has grown, the fee has stayed the same. Cost was $135 million in lost revenue essentially because the fee has stayed the same. These are a couple of my thoughts and concerns. One, we talk about affordable housing. Construction costs have risen significantly, especially since COVID, and costs are going up even more because we have the new tariffs in place that are affecting a lot of people. I know the Supreme Court is supposed to hear an appeal in October overall with the tariff situation at the federal level, but it's affected people. Multimodal, what does that mean? Some people think you're just going to widen roads. Are you going to invest in street light synchronization to get the traffic flowing more smoothly? Are you going to pave the roads? Are we going to invest in transportation? I took the bus here this morning, and it was so easy, but I also witnessed the lack of investment in public transportation. We rely on our cars, and the people that I saw on the bus are hardworking people that are going to work, and I'm thinking, getting to work might be easy, but getting home, they might be an hour and a half, 2 hours just to get back because it's having to go to the Marion Transit Center and connecting and getting something else. The point I'm making is, when I think of this multimodal impact fee, what is that money going to be invested towards? Real solutions, moving people around, investing in transportation? Is it going to be paving roads? Is it going to be building some sidewalks? Is it going to be improving ADA construction at intersections? Is it streetlight synchronization? That's one thing. The second thing is, how impactful, if we are going to look at increasing these fees, because we had a 36-year deficit, is it going to be like the sidewalk and loop fee that was increased 900% just like that? Or are we going to do a gradual increase so new construction isn't feeling a major impact on top of all the other things that I mentioned of why things are more expensive? I want to get all the information and data that we need. What would, if we are to increase anything, if it's a 1%, a 10%, a 25%, how much money does that generate? What is estimated? Will that be enough and be impactful? And the most important question is, we pay taxes, we pay fees on a lot of stuff, and the general public, myself included, we're weary. Is that money going to be used for what it's used for? Emma and I, we met yesterday, and I talked about how the government raids Social Security. And we worry about, is Social Security going to be there because it's been borrowed against, it's been used for other things? Is this money going to be used for the purposes that are stated? Or
Remember extraordinary circumstances.
Well, the thing is, I don't want a future mayor or a future council to say, well, we can borrow from this, and we can, or an attorney find a loophole and say, well, technically this can be used for, and it goes to a pet project. I want to make sure that money is going to be invested properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Extraordinary circumstances. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you. You all briefed me also and appreciate all of that. The one thing we're hearing loud and clear from homeowners, especially people who've lived here their whole lives, is they don't want to pay the cost of the additional infrastructure of the people coming in. They think that the new people coming in should pay their own fair share, and and why put the burden on the people that are here? Especially their retirees or people on fixed income that can't afford higher taxes, and they don't think it's fair that because so many people are moving in that they have to pay more taxes for the infrastructure. So they believe that that in whatever mechanism that people who are moving in should pay their fair share. You talk about a multimodal fee. The biggest thing that the two biggest things I hear about are roads and stormwater. I don't know if there's any way to fix stormwater because the roads hold stormwater also, but there's problems with both as a result of all the influx of people moving in. In South Tampa and the peninsula, there are only 3 ways out, and there's no real way to widen roads. And so to Chair Clendenin's point, I wonder if you could talk more about the what do you call it, special need?
Special service?
The extraordinary circumstances. So I think what we probably have to show is that for every, let's say an intersection is a C right now, and with 5,000 more people moving in, it's going to be an F. And so I think with the 5,000 new people, we need to be able to prove that it's going to cost X amount to fix that intersection so that it won't be an F, right? But in South Tampa, it's limited because we can't just widen the road. So we have to figure that out somehow. But it seems to me that we would have to quantify with an increase in the number of people, what roads would we have to improve? If I heard you correctly, we can't go back and fix because roads were underfunded for 20 or 30 years, we can't go back and fix that problem. That was a past problem. We can only look forward. So somehow we have to prove the incremental cost of an additional house or additional person on the roadway infrastructure and what that cost is, correct? And I wonder if there's any kind of math on that we can show. And then the other thing, I don't think I missed it, but somewhere I think you all have a chart that shows what the similar fees are in other cities and counties, and how low ours are in comparison. If you have that, it would be helpful to show that too.
So I just to frame this up again, the extraordinary circumstances that were being presented today, because we're going to have subsequent discussions and hearings to follow this. The point of proving just to remind folks, the multimodal transportation impact fee already exists. That question was asked and answered about whether it was required or not. The only question on the table for us going forward and through this public hearing or public workshop and then hearing process is whether it is accurately set, and today we're talking, because of law, we have to show that there's extraordinary circumstances to increase it beyond
the 50%, right?
Yeah.
So if council in the future decides a 30% increase is appropriate, a 49% increase is appropriate, then these additional requirements, including the demonstrated needs study, the extraordinary circumstances, those are not necessary to raise the fee within the prescribed phase-in limitations that are allowed by statute.
So today is a check the box to open up all of our opportunities for these future workshops and hearings. So if we can find that we have extraordinary circumstances, everything's on the table. If we do not find those extraordinary circumstances, we're limited by law to increasing it below 50% of the fee. And then if we do that, we can only increase it once every 4 years beyond that?
We can only increase it once every 4 years.
Right. So there we go. So that's what we're.
But we can.
Go ahead.
I think you also said yesterday we can phase it in, so we could.
Of course.
We could say it'll go up by X amount per year over the next 4 years. But I know you. I don't think you were disagreeing with me, but just to be clear.
No, I was not.
Just to be clear. I think the better we can quantify it, like we know that there were tens of thousands of units built below south of Gandy, and and the roads are completely congested now getting out of South of Gandy going north, and even going north, the routes to get out of South Tampa. And there's got to be a way to quantify what the cost is, first of all, what we might do to fix that congestion, and then what the cost is to fix it, and then what the incremental cost is for an additional house or additional person, so that we can, I think the better the math is that proves how we're taking the actual cost of the increase and then applying it to this, the better it'll be defensible in Tallahassee and the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I'll go to public comment. Okay, for public comment, let's see who we have for this one. This was item number 2. I have Christina Costa, followed by Allison Hewitt. And just to remind folks today, again, we're trying to focus on the extraordinary circumstances and whether or not they exist to be able to increase this fee above 50%. Ms. Acosta.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and City Council members. I'm Christina Costa. I live in Tampa in District 1, and I'm also a business owner-operator. Today, I represent the nonprofit Walk Bike Tampa. Walk Bike Tampa is strongly supports the city's proposal to update and increase the multimodal transportation impact fee. For more than 3 decades, Tampa has relied on an outdated fee schedule that fails to meet the realities of today's growth, construction costs, and mobility needs. Now is the time to act. The current impact fee, last updated in 1989, no longer reflects the scale of development or the true cost of building safe, accessible, and efficient infrastructure. In that time, Tampa's population and job growth have accelerated, construction costs have far outpaced inflation, and our crash and fatality rates remain among the highest in the nation. These circumstances are exactly the kind of extraordinary conditions Florida law recognizes as justifying a meaningful update. As a nonprofit dedicated to making Tampa safer and more accessible for people who walk and roll and use transit and drive, we see firsthand the consequences of chronic underinvestment in multimodal infrastructure. Too many of our streets remain congested, dangerous, and have limited sidewalks, inadequate crossings, and insufficient protected bike facilities. By updating the impact fee, Tampa can ensure that new development contributes its fair share to the infrastructure needed to support growth. Importantly, these funds can be directed towards projects that expand mobility choices. Daylighting intersections, creating safe crosswalks, complete crosswalks, protected bike facilities and multi-use trails, and better transit connections. These are not luxuries, they are life-saving investments that also reduce congestion and improve health and strengthen our economy by getting people to jobs and education and just around town. We also note that surrounding communities have already taken action to raise their impact fees, and Tampa must not fall further behind. With the passage of SB 1080, the window to make this change is closing quickly, and delaying would mean locking Tampa into the past. Walk Bike Tampa urges you to approve the proposed increases and move this along the process for the multimodal transportation impact fee. Doing so will make our city more livable, resilient, and connected, and demonstrate your council's commitment to building a safer, healthier future for everyone who lives, works, and visits Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta. And I believe Ms. Pointer recognized that I actually forgot her off the list. So Ms. Pointer, you're next, and then Allison Hewitt.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I'd like to know what the cost of the impact fees cost the city for staff to process it. I've asked this question, but I haven't gotten an answer. Extraordinary circumstances is we are operating with one arm, one leg, and both hands tied behind our back at trying to move forward as a city when we do this. I had the first draft of this report 2 years ago. If that's not extraordinary circumstances, I would say that it absolutely is. And I'd like to know what staff recommends to raise it to. I'd also like to, I was kind of disappointed because this was supposed to be on the agenda at the end of October, and I had no opportunity to really get the public involved in this situation. I'm glad Ms. Acosta came today, but I think that you're gonna find that there are way more folks in the city. And I think the perfect example of our impact fees being entirely too low, there is a red light at Tyson and West Shore. There was a needs study done in 2006. They have, in April, they put up a temporary light. Now, that peninsula has over 1 million square feet of new housing on it, but yet we can't afford to go ahead and put in the real light? Do the math. Ask for that. I mean, when we ask for the comp plan to be brought up, when we were asking for stuff, we asked for specific situations. What did this cost us for all the, you know, what did we leave laying on the table for Rattlesnake Point? And that particular intersection, it doesn't have any crosswalks. We've had tons of wrecks there since they put up the temporary lights because nobody expected it to be there. So what has that cost us? And no sidewalk on Tyson, all the way from West Shore, all the way down Tyson now. There's no sidewalk now, they finally paved it. But just ask for that, just ask for Tyson and West Shore. We've had all that development and we probably left millions on the table. Please look into this and ask for specific examples. Thank you.
There'll be plenty of opportunity for those public hearings, by the way, for you to mobilize. Ms. Hewitt?
Good morning, Allison Hewitt, resident of East Tampa. Want to just say I appreciate you looking at this in extraordinary circumstances and want to bring to your attention that this will be another tool in your toolbox, Councilman Vieira. As we are working to talk about our public transit, the FTA has a formula on how they're able to give money to increase your public transit. And this type of impact fee goes into the formula to say that that community has invested in their multi-modal transportation. So not only will this help us when we have not increased it since 1986, but as we are looking at our future of public transit here in the city of Tampa especially, and with HART, this will be another way for us being the city of Tampa, to be able to add to the formula provided to the FTA. So this could also have another positive impact for making sure that we are funded at the federal level to increase our access and accessibility to public transit here in Tampa. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. The next speaker is actually Ryan Hayes, followed by Steve Michelini. And Cairo. Hi, Cairo.
Hello, hello.
How you doing, bud?
Good morning, council members. Council member Maniscalco, you kind of said everything, not everything, but you did highlight a lot of the subject matters I was going to bring up. Also, Ms. Pointer and the lady from the Tampa Bike Association. I don't need to regurgitate that information. I just got to get this off my chest. This is the eve of Helene, and before this meeting could be adjourned, if we could just kind of reflect on all the individuals within Tampa that has been negatively impacted by last year's hurricane. I know it's been a year, may have been forgotten by most, but I truly believe just the thoughtful process of just sending those good energies and vibrations out there would be useful. Thank you. I don't want to waste too much time, but thank you for highlighting a lot of those important topic matters about the mobility. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing one of my favorite dogs in Tampa.
Thank you very much for always showing love.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Bye, Cairo. Mr. Michelini.
Good morning, council. I think one thing we need to be clear about is that this doesn't pay for any repairs of any street. It doesn't pay for any sidewalks. It doesn't pay for anything other than new construction of a new roadway somewhere in Tampa. You are limited by the right of way that you already have. And I mean, they've already told you that it's not putting in new traffic lights. It's not doing anything. But what you're doing is you're saddling every infill project with a higher rate. I'm not saying that the rate shouldn't be adjusted, but it doesn't meet the criteria for over 50% of the current rate. It simply doesn't. And let me explain to you why. Fees are low compared to surrounding communities. Surrounding communities have large tracts of land. Look at Manatee County, and they use that in here. They have large tracts of land. We don't have large tracts of land left in the city of Tampa. That's where you have to build the new roadways, not in South Tampa, not in North Tampa or West Tampa. The rights of way are fixed, and none of this money can go to repairing any of that. Not for potholes, nothing. It fails to meet the intention of the other impact fees. What does this have to do? Senate Bill 180, which you're going to hear a presentation about it shortly. Senate 180 says you can't do this, but Senate Bill 1089 or 1080 is one that they're using to leverage this process. You need to have achievable goals, not just saying, okay, we have a need, and then when we get up and we talk about it isn't traffic awful. Look at what they've done on some of these streets. They've added these parking spaces that constrict the flow of traffic that cause congestion. They've eliminated lanes with these traffic lanes, with these bicycle lanes. And what does it do? All it does is take the level of service for these roadways from C or D and makes them level of service F. And if you don't believe me, look at I'll be happy to give you the transportation analysis that was done in 2022 that shows exactly that. You cannot get out. It creates safety concerns all over the city. We've asked them not to do it. These parking spaces they put along the right-of-way don't even meet technical standards. We brought that to their attention, and they said, oh, well, you can challenge us to the state if you like. The lack of availability of rights-of-way in these constricted areas simply won't work. If you want to adjust the fees, but don't put it and make it an extraordinary fee that simply doesn't make sense, and they don't meet the criteria. Overall demand for multimodal service. This is a backdoor way of getting some kind of multimodal funding. This is not about fixing streets and roadways in the city of Tampa. They simply can't accomplish that. Number of roadways operating beyond capacity. That was a self-imposed issue because they've created that one. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Bishop Michelle Patty.
Good morning, Council. Bishop Michelle B. Patty, part owner of a home right here in Hyde Park. I'd like to say all of you have raised valid concerns, including Michelini, but we haven't had an impact fee since 1989. It needs to be raised. The question is about how much. But I don't want it to be lost that Tampa also have senior citizens who cannot afford the burden of impact fees. So it should be put to folks who's building new homes, and that would be more fair to get this revenue. Folks right now have a challenge to even buying meat. They haven't decided whether we buy meat or buy Pampers or buy milk or whatever. It's a challenge here, and everything is being risen. We also know that the tariff tax is we don't know what it's going to be. And it's going to take a minute before the courts can say yay or nay. But in the meantime, the builders have to keep building, people are building, and things are moving forward until we see what's going on. So I'm glad to hear that they are here talking about it, and I guess at the end of the day, it would be what would be equitable and fair to not only the builders, but the citizens of Tampa as to how much you would raise it. And no, we can't just rush in there and raise it by 100% because you haven't done anything since 1989. So we have to use some good common sense on how we approach this, but it should be raised. Thank you.
CTTV, can I get Councilwoman Hurtek in a screen so that I can see her during these presentations, so if she wants to get the floor, I can recognize her, please? On the screens in front of council. Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtek, I did not hear anything from you. Do you have anything to add to this conversation?
I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to the discussion coming forward. I do believe that, I mean, we've had this for quite some time, and I mean, the fact that we've had such an increase in population in the last few years does seem like an extraordinary level to me. So I appreciate and look forward to the continuing conversation as we consider this.
Well, based on past discussions and information that we've received, and of course our tasks that we assigned to the Budget and Finance Committee, I'd like to see, is there a consensus on the extraordinary circumstances from council? Does anybody have any objection to that? Just a sentiment so staff has a guidance so they know where we're heading?
Yeah, I think there's sufficient evidence that we should take it to the public hearing. And
yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah. Look at 36 years.
Right.
There's no doubt.
Yeah. Okay. So at least staff has some understanding of the direction that we're heading, and that we have a consensus on that. Is that sufficient for you?
Yes, thank you, Council, and we'll come back with more information in October to address some of the concerns that you raised today. And, you know, we appreciate your consideration of our presentation and everything that we've brought before you.
Thank you, Steph. Councilman Carlson?
That's just one, based on the public comment, I wonder if I could just ask one clarifying question. This money to be applicable has to be used to mitigate the extra burden of a new house or new people. So it cannot, is it correct to say that you couldn't pool all the money from one area of the city to work on something in another part of the city, or to work on, you can't take the money from South Tampa, for example, and use it to pay for a train in downtown. It has to be something that would directly mitigate the problems that have surfaced because of the extra burden. Is that?
Yes, so there's two things here. It can't be used to address existing deficiencies, that's correct, so it has to be looking forward. Second, there are a lot of strings attached to this money. So there are 6 impact fee districts in the city. When an impact fee is assessed in that district and collected, it goes into that fund, and then from there on out, it can only be used in that district. So it's
Could you tell the public what the districts are so they know?
Yes. I don't have it offhand.
I think
so sorry.
Brandon does.
But yeah, Brandon, if you do.
I just wanted to add that those district boundaries could be reconsidered should council wish to take a look at those. They're different pockets all over the city, and they don't match the council districts. So if that was part of the question, just wanted to make that clarification.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to clarify that this is for new construction. This is not for citizens who already live and own homes in the city.
Yes, it's for new construction or redevelopment. So if someone owns their home and is staying in their home and has no plans to redevelop it, this fee would not apply to them.
Thank you. And that's kind of the point, and what we've, this council overall has talked about, the fact that these fees by people who are moving in here are the ones that, that citizens who already live here by and large have been asking over and over again for us to increase to help bring them in and provide the same level of service that we've had in years prior. So thank you.
And I think they have something on the Wolf for your question.
It's also for new homes, right? I mean, it's not, if somebody moves in and they're buying an existing home, it doesn't apply either. Or if somebody moves from one part of town to another, it doesn't apply, correct? It's only new homes, new construction.
Correct. These fees are assessed at the time of a permit issuance. Also, I brought the map. Adam had it available, so it is on the projector if you want to see it.
And there it is.
So those are that's the breakdown of the existing districts.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. And thank you, Adam, for.
We can't see that. If you could, if the
Can you
Wolf
put on the
show it.
It is also on the website. We can.
CTTV, can you put it on the public presentation as well, the Wolf presentation? So, there you go. You should be able to see it now, Councilwoman Hurtak.
It is also on the website, and if you have any questions about exactly where that is.
There you go.
Oh.
So you're lagging, so the cable is lagging behind our real time here on our monitors. Yeah, oh, the internet?
Nope.
Oh, very good. Okay, well, thank you very much for a great presentation. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. We are now moving on to item 4 for our change. We're going to talk about housing needs assessment.
Good morning, Council. Evan Johnson, City Planning, here to talk first about the housing needs assessment. If we could get the presentation up on the screen, that'd be great.
And voila.
Ta-da. All right, so you all have heard us over the course of the last couple years now through various projects talking about the housing needs assessment and the work that's being done. And it's been in process for a couple of years now. And I did just want to make the statement that as we've moved forward with that going on more or less in the background, we certainly have been using the data and the analysis that have been produced by the consultant team to help inform a lot of the other work we're doing, including the comprehensive plan, land development code changes, et cetera. So while this is my first opportunity to come talk about a summary of the final results, it is definitely something that's been informing us along the way as we've gone. So I'm going to cover a few main topics here from the study itself and try to do it in a succinct manner. Glad to answer any of your questions you might have. First is it covers data and trends. What are those trends when it comes to housing and affordability? The consultant team did a comprehensive gap analysis, which really looked at projected need for affordable housing by planning district and potential cost if we were to try to subsidize that. Capacity analysis looks at our future land use and our zoning categories to see if we actually have the density and intensity currently on the maps to achieve and actually deal with our needs for housing. And then finally, some recommendations as well. And this is just a summary of the consultant task, so I'll get right into the good stuff. So first, data and trends with the population. This here looks at a couple of things. It looks at the household growth being the most pertinent on this slide. A couple of takeaways. It looks at 2 time periods in that top chart where you've got a 2000 to 2010 growth, and it's comparing Tampa, Hillsborough County, the state, and the country. We are in blue on the right. I wanted to point out that, as you can see, 2010, we grew at a relatively slow rate, about 6.8%. And again, this is the number of households, but that has increased greatly since 2010. And while we are still lagging behind the state and the county as far as total growth in households, it's 20% growth in the last decade, and that is households that are currently here. So when we talk about prices rising, we're talking about the need for housing, that is a very real change that has been happening in the last decade or so. Sorry. There we go. This slide talks about 2 main points here. Your chart at the top talks about a trend that we see all over the country. Household sizes are getting a little bit smaller. Cities tend to have smaller household sizes than more suburban counties, which makes sense given the home sizes and so forth. Impacts to us, there's a couple of interesting impacts. One is that we have a lot of smaller households living in larger houses because we don't have enough of the smaller units available. And the second part that I'd like to mention is smaller households equals more units. So as we grow, if the trend continues getting smaller, the actual number of units needed will be increasing over time. So we're not going to quite, if you will, get the same bang for the buck because those households and the living arrangements are changing. You've seen these types of charts often about housing tenure. So your blue is your homeowner rate. Your green is your renter rate, percentage rental households. Tampa generally, this is 1-year data, so it varies. There is a margin of error. Tampa generally is about a 50-50. Hillsborough County, 60%, Florida, 67%. And I believe we pulled St. Pete and we pulled Orlando as well. Orlando is like 38.5% homeowner, so a very large rental population in Orlando, and that makes a lot of sense with all the service industries. St. Pete is closer to the 63% of homeowners in the city of St. Pete as well. Data and trends around housing structures. When you think about all the housing that's out there in the community, what is it made up of? Is it single-family homes? Is it large condo buildings? And what has the trend been over time? So we looked at this, and what we found was, as you can see at the very top of the table here, since 2000, the proportion of single-family homes has largely remained pretty steady, about 54% of our total housing stock. So we haven't been getting a ton of new single-family homes being built. Usually they're one-for-one replacements, often is what we see. What's really interesting to me is that we've seen a big bump on the second row there in single-family attached. That would be your townhomes. So the proportion of the housing stock that's made up of townhomes has gone up pretty significantly over the last 20 years. And then you see a giant, I'll call it giant, 50-plus unit developments. Those are large multifamily, has gone up around 15%, so, or up to 15%. So now it makes up 15% of the housing stock, or these larger apartment complexes. Anecdotally, driving around, you can see that. But the other thing that I find is really interesting is you'll see right above that 50-plus unit number is you've got decreases in the share of smaller multifamily and developments. So anywhere from 5 units to close to 50 units. We haven't been building at the same rate for those. And that continues for duplexes, for triplexes, for quads, those types of developments. We just haven't seen the proportion of those increase over time and sometimes decrease. Two things I want to tell you about this particular chart. This looks at the home values, rental values and home values. Most of this data is pulled from Zillow. They do a great job of kind of collecting this over time for all major cities in the country. Not surprising here, we have seen a slowdown in home values. And in the last 6 months or so, we've even seen a slight decrease on single-family home values. We've got about a 3.2% decrease in this far this year. Now that data is dynamic, so it is changing fairly regularly, but this is a snapshot. However, we're still up about 58% in home values since 2020. And that's since COVID. That COVID bump, while it has slowed, the growth has slowed, it still very much remains out there and priced into all the homes that are out there on the market. The other one, the bottom table here, is talking about rents. Rents are at about 49% increase since 2020. Same issue. We are seeing a slowdown of growth of rental rates, but it is not, we're not seeing a decrease yet in the market. This one looks at your home burden. The table on the left is a table you have seen before, which is our affordable available housing units. I'll just ask you to focus on the 0 to 50%. These are not cumulative. You can't add them up to get the number. It is a need by AMI level. So if you look at your 0 to 50%, at that household income, you're looking at about a deficit of 26,000 units. And what that generally means is that these people aren't homeless. These are people who live here in the community, but they're spending over 30% of their income, sometimes well over 30% of their income, to just have a place to live, or they're moving in and they're having joint family living arrangements. That can often be the case when needed, and share the burden of expense. The one on the right is a cost burden chart over time, looking at from 2000 to 2021. I'll point you to 2010. We had 46% in the middle there, 46.5% of mortgage holders were paying more than 30% of their gross income for housing. That has come back down in the last decade to around 27%. However, the rental rates, the rental cost burden has remained about the same. So at 53% of the renter population was paying more than a third of their income in 2010, and that is very similar to what we see in 2021. And we did pull 2023, and it is slightly higher. So both of those have gone up just a little bit as well for 2023 data, which is the most current available. We'll talk a little bit about the comprehensive gap analysis that was done. So how many units by planning district do we need, projected out 20 years? And if the city was to subsidize those, what would the cost be? And you've seen a big number early in this process. We broke it down, our consultants broke it down using their model. And this is really just instructive to show that it is not we cannot subsidize our way out of this. This needs to be a public and a private effort to really help build the amount of housing units we need. So based on projections, and a big assumption of this study is that the AMI mix, the income mix of households in each of the planning districts, will largely remain the same. We're looking at about 14,700 affordable units that will be needed in the next 20 years. Now, these are generally subsidized units under the 120% of your AMI per household. You see Central Tampa is the largest bit of that at 6,100. You've got the USF area is next with 5,200. South Tampa, 2,500. and down to 5 for West Shore and 4 for New Tampa. These are estimates of the cost to subsidize new units in each of the planning districts. So if we were to subsidize a unit, this is the subsidy cost over the course of the 15-year to the 20-year period. And so what you can see here is that, and this is based on a rate of return that was calculated by our consultant. But what you can see here is what you hear often when people come here to request money for affordable housing units is that it is a significant expense to write down rent in a market that is priced at the level that we are. The land is very expensive, the construction is more expensive, and then on top of that, we're asking to reduce the rents. So it is a big cost per unit to do that, but you can see the variation through each of the planning districts. Yes?
One that's missing is USF institutional. It's very difficult to see. So
Yes, the sorry, my apologies for the color match on that. It's much brighter here, but I got it. USF institutional is $219,000 would be the subsidy per unit there. And that's the next to last row. Thank you. So what does this look like? This is about $5 billion, 4.8, I think, billion dollars of subsidy, and that's just to deal with the projected demand moving forward, not the current demand or the gap that we currently have in the market. So at $240 million a year for the next 20 years, more or less. And so we've talked about this before, it's impossible for the city. The state does not have enough money to do this. So what's the next thing we need to look at? It's really about those market solutions to help encourage the market in other ways as well. So one of the ways we did that, our consultant did that, was then to say, okay, this is a big number, these are big investments. Well, let's talk about land use and zoning. How can we entice the market to build where we want them to build and to get more housing on the market? Well, first we got to find out, do we have enough capacity in the comp plan map, the future land use map, and the zoning? So what we did here, this beautiful map here of all these dots, is the data is prepared by the Planning Commission. It looks at redevelopable land and vacant residential, vacant commercial, and then what they call redevelopable parcels based on their analysis. They use this as part of the developing of their population projections. So we used that data and we analyzed it and then calculated how many units theoretically could be actually built on those particular parcels without any type of plan amendment or changes. So with the future land use, if you look at, this is that subset you saw on the map of parcels, the future land use, theoretically, if everything gets built out at full intensity, could do 100,000 units within those categories, of which about 70,000 of them would be on land that has to be redeveloped versus vacant. And 29,000 of those units, give or take, yes, it doesn't quite add up to 100,000, but we're rounding, is built on vacant. The zoning, and really the takeaway from this particular slide is the difference between the zoning and the future land use. And we are going through, as you know, through a very significant redesign and reorganization of our code. One of the goals of that is to better align our code with our future land use. So the code changes that are going to happen, hopefully, will help facilitate housing as well to help close that gap between what can be done under future land use versus what can be done in the zoning. One of the biggest things that we've noticed is that currently in the code, this is only by right. So currently in the code, in commercial districts, we don't necessarily allow housing by right. You have to get it's a special use process review in order to get those built in commercial intensive zoning. So study recommendations, we'll look at generally increasing density. These are from our consultant, increasing density on specific transit corridors. As I mentioned, we've been baking this into our comp plan process throughout. Looking at missing middle future land use overlays, are there ways as we move forward that we could find areas where we can incentivize those smaller multifamily units? ADU policy. So currently we do not allow for ADUs. The homeowner and the ADU their homeowner has to be on the site. So we don't allow them to be both rental units. So one of the recommendations from the consultant was that we should consider amending that policy to allow for more flexibility there. As far as the land development code, we talk about permitting accessory dwelling units. The next two bullets there really are focused on that missing middle. How do we encourage them? How do we allow the flexibility in our residential zoning districts to allow them? Eliminating or reducing our parking requirements. This is something you've heard, particularly in certain neighborhoods, where there are transit accessible properties. And the last one I would want to mention is eliminating the minimum lot sizes and additional square foot requirements in zoning districts. This really is something that I know that at least initially we've talked a little bit about with the code assessment, the possibility of saying, hey, you want to make sure your frontages look right. We don't necessarily need every lot to be a certain size minimum in order to get the look, the feel, and the development pattern that we want. And then finally, a recommendation to provide pre-approved building plans. Again, these would just facilitate the development process. If you can come in and we've already got something stamped off on, issuing the permit becomes a lot more easy to do. So then you're just focused on site plan work. And then finally, there is a mention of inclusionary zoning from the consultant. And I will just say that we have made a policy decision in our work on the comp plan to really focus more on incentivizing through bonuses. And in the state of Florida, that's because of the cost burden on the communities when it comes to if you require somebody to set aside housing, you're still going to have to make sure they're whole financially. We believe that the incentive approach is through the density bonuses is the best way to do that. So with that, I will take any questions about this particular study.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Can you go back to the chart that showed how the cost per each area?
Mm-hmm.
Just to
Yes,
see.
if I can get the presentation back up.
Yeah, the most expensive to the cheapest. The most expensive, I assume, was South Tampa, and then.
That would be a fair assumption.
And CTTP, can you get Lynn
There it
Hartog on
goes.
the council monitors for me so I can see that
Okay.
if she wants attention?
There you go.
So the least expensive are gonna be New Tampa, USF area, institutional says there. And then, what was the other one? Central Tampa.
Yes, Central Tampa, which is, your Seminole Heights, your downtowns, your
So-
East Tampa.
So a couple of factors.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's more expensive, and the land is more expensive in South Tampa and all these other
Mhm.
areas. Those areas, there are certain factors. South Tampa, for example, school capacity, where are these kids gonna go to school? There's Robinson, there's so many other schools, middle schools. The cost of land, evacuation when there's hurricanes. We had a very robust discussion at the end of August, about those transit-ready corridors. People had concerns, let's say Dale Mabry,
Mhm.
Kennedy, and you were there. If you look at where it's least expensive or less expensive to build, it's
Mhm.
those areas. New Tampa is, I will set it aside differently, not Tampa Palms, but
Right.
there's more to District 7 than just
Right.
those areas.
Yes, sir.
You have East Tampa. You have, if you want to call it Central Tampa, now you're going like the Heights. You're going,
Mhm.
let's call it East Tampa, by district. But that's where we should be investing.
Mhm.
First because the need of the housing, the affordability, the people that are most impacted, and as I always say, the land that time forgot. About we need to invest in those communities. Housing being the biggest priority. In other areas where we have parking minimums, we see how the burden of the high cost of parking, where it prevents developers from making affordable or more affordable units because it's so expensive for a parking garage or parking a car, per space, a space is expensive. Allowing more ADUs, there are certain areas of town where you can do them, like Seminole Heights, for example, where they're already included, but the ADU, where appropriate, creates a more affordable situation. You have an elderly single parent. Your mother lives in an ADU on that property. You reduce the burden of them having to find a home for $300,000-400,000, where they can, whether they pay rent, whether they don't pay rent, but it makes more financial sense. You said $240 million, I think, per year is what we would need to be investing. I think if we look at the parking minimum, eliminating them where we can, allowing for more ADUs, and then building in those areas, everything that I said at the beginning, building in the areas of the city where they're lacking development. I want to say, because then you get into the bad word of gentrification. This is not gentrification. This is investing in the communities and saying, you know, people can live, work, and play there. They can walk to work. They can ride the bus. They're on a busy, you know, when you talk about transit-ready corridors, you know, places like Hillsborough Avenue, for example, you go east of the interstate, very busy commercial area. You know, there's opportunities there. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities in changing our code and the rules and how we do things to make it easier and more cost-effective. A concern of mine that I have now is we saw the peak of the housing market through COVID, and so many people coming to Florida. We've also seen a lot of people leaving Florida. We've seen interest rates and inflation going up, but now with this current administration, interest rates are going to be coming down. And my concern is, if interest rates do come down to the point where it's so cheap to borrow money in comparison to what it has been, are we going to get flooded with investors coming in? I mean, we have major corporations that are buying up so many single-family homes, and they're killing the affordability. They're killing the American dream, and creating a rental community. Whereas we'll see what happens with the economy, with these interest rates, and is there that flow of money that we saw during COVID? We saw a lot of circumstances that we didn't see. You know, we saw everything from stimulus checks to low interest rates to, you know, I don't know. Now you read about, you know, people are maxed out on their credit cards. They've maxed their borrowing capacity. I mean, there's a lot of different economic factors. So we'll see what happens in these next few years economically. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak, followed by Councilman Carlson.
Thank you. I really appreciate this housing needs study, because what this shows is that what we're trying to do with the comp plan and the LDC are perfectly aligned with this study. It's basically what we've been hearing about. I know that you were at Tampa Heights last night talking about this very thing. I wasn't able to get a rundown from Ms. Scharf yet, but she was there. And I know this is the topic of some of these central district neighborhoods. They want the density. They want to see the increases. And as we go forward toward the comp plan, before we do the LDC, what else can we do? So I just want to say thank you. There's a lot more to talk about, but I know in this workshop session, we have a lot more to go on or to do today. But I just want to say this is really aligned. It's exactly the kinds of stuff we have talked about and we've heard about in many of these different sessions that the Planning Commission had over the summer. So I feel like this is a great presentation, and it shows the exact same thing we saw this summer, that we need to show increase in density in some of these central areas. So I just want to say thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on both the comp plan and these LDC changes as we go forward.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you to you and your team and the consultants who are worked on this. Is an excellent presentation. I think most of us are data geeks. We like seeing data like this, so it's very helpful. And most of the data is very up to date, it looks like, which is great. The home ownership rate is something I've been talking about TampaScorecard.com for many years, and I think we've got to adjust our housing policy. It's really embarrassing in some ways, and it's not the fault of the folks here, but we can pivot our strategy now to put more into helping people buy homes, and there are a lot of ways that we can do that, but we're not going to be able to get ahead of inflation. And if more and more people keep moving to Florida, we're going to continue to have inflation of housing because of the demand that we can't control. We're not like a country where we can control our borders. If somebody from the Northeast wants to move here, they have the right to move here. We can't stop them. I know a lot of people would like us to, but we can't. The other thing, though, on the data is that one of my good friends, who's one of the top realtors in South Tampa, a couple weeks ago I said this, but he said he has 12 listings right now for people who have been here for a long time who want to move. and only a couple from people that are moving in. And Andy's here from the realtors, but anecdotally, I'm hearing from a bunch of realtors that there's a proliferation of people moving out. Part of it is they're fed up with the lack of sidewalks and the broken roads, and when they have to pay for private school, they consider that an extra tax. Some of it, the people, their companies won't let them work remotely, but other families that have been here for sometimes generations want to leave because they don't like the traffic. And so we've got to address these issues, and I think that will at least have a short-term impact. And Councilmember Maniscalco mentioned the interest rates and everything. All of that is providing a sluggishness to the market where you could pay 2% a couple years ago, and now you have to pay 8 or 10 or whatever it is. And so I think somehow we need to be able to look at the inventory and how it's moving and changing. And I know the rental companies have these algorithms. There are 2 or 3 companies that collate all that and predict, because they have real-time changes in rent based on what the market availability is. Maybe there's a way we can tie into one of those, or maybe you all have that. But I wonder also if their rental rates have moved up because of outliers. Like in Water Street, they're like 1-bedroom units that are $6,500 a month, and I wonder how much the outliers in the really expensive areas that have been built are throwing off some of those numbers. My son has just looked for rent, and he can't find anything under $2,000 for a single bedroom or studio in South Tampa, really. So if somebody knows of one, let me know. But it is an issue that we have to address. I've said this before, I don't believe in density bonuses. I don't believe in bonuses of any kind, because the developers say it's like a speed bump. It takes longer to get a deal done. And right now, the capital markets are such that they need to move really fast. If they get access to capital, they've got to move fast. Also, if you have 10 buildings and you could have 20 more units each, why would you only give 2 of those buildings 20 units instead of giving all 10? The more we have on the market, if some buildings can go up to maximum capacity, let's let all of them do it, because the more, if you look at supply and demand. Also, the problem we got in with the Planning Commission is we asked them to look at transit-ready development in nodes or neighborhood commercial districts, and they came back with transit-ready corridors. And I know that is a philosophy in planning, but in many developed areas, they're okay developing around transportation nodes and building more pockets of density, but they're not okay building high density. And the example is Dale Mabry south of Kennedy. There are pockets where people will be okay with it, but they tried to make a land grab and do the whole thing. And there are other places that people would be okay with pockets, but they're not okay with just corridors. Another big thing that we've talked about, the Planning Commission has told us before, we're losing our industrial land. A lot of the industrial land south of Gandy was taken by housing, and it's important that we maintain jobs and not just that. I don't believe in taking away parking minimums now because we don't have any alternative. In the future, I would, but not now. On ADUs, if we change the rental policy, we need to make sure it doesn't allow short-term rentals. We are grandfathered into that, and people really don't like the short-term rentals in their community. And then, and also for ADUs, we need to find ways for people to buy them. When I went to Austin with the St. Pete Chamber a couple years ago, they said they changed the rules, but people didn't build them because they didn't have the $100,000 or whatever to build them. And we're finding the same thing. Connie Burton has brought this up. People want to build them, but they don't have the money. So how can we kind of incentivize that?
Councilman Carlson,
Thank
that's
you.
it. Thank you. Okay, very good. I'd just say ditto to everything Councilwoman Hurtek said. But I do have, what is a cottage court?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't ask. No, a cottage court is a development type that is typically it is a good example would be single-family homes around a open area green space with maybe single-family homes on the back, or maybe some small
Look like a motel.
That's not a very nice way. But
okay, I just saw that nomenclature, and I wasn't familiar with this. So, but anyway, ditto what Councilwoman Hurtek. Councilman Miranda, did you have anything to add?
I was just going to say that the ADUs, if you really want to do something, you have to expand it to different areas, just not the one we have now. Not the whole city, because it's not going to work. But there's a lot of vacant land if you use your backyard, which in some cases enough to build a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house with no problem. And it's something to work. However, where that comes in where you park. everyone's still gonna have a car.
I
whether we
knew
like
he was
it or
speaking
not.
your love language when he said not.
Well,
not
we can
it.
do that, you can walk from there. But maybe you can put pads into the house or something, and then, but then you have to have the percolation of the water going down, not going out to the street, causing more a problem for the city of Tampa, any city that you live in, would cause you more drainage problems than anything else you need. You have to have a pad to park the car. I can tell you where I live, right in my neighborhood, my same block, there's 1 or 2 houses that got 6, 7, and 8 cars parked inside the land.
Yeah. I think it's, one observation, and this is the struggle we have because of the geography and the city lines, the oddness of how we're made up, that it's difficult to extrapolate really an intellectually honest assessment on anything if we just are looking at the city, because so much, you think about areas in Town and Country and Carrollwood that are closer to our urban core than areas that Councilman Vieira represents in New Tampa that goes all the way up to Pasco County. So, and when housing specifically is not, we don't have an arbitrary wall between us and the county in so many of these areas. They're part of our house, so many areas that are not within the city are still part of our housing market. So it's almost a shame that we don't have more of a comprehensive area markets, similar to the data that you just showed, that reflects the entire commuting area.
So I will just say with that, the Tampa Bay Partnership did kind of put together a regional look. I don't have that data off the top of my head, but it is available on their website. Not quite as much detail as what we talked about here, but it does give some sense of kind of that interdependency that you're talking about.
Thanks. Councilman Carlson wanted to add something.
Yeah, quick comment and question. What I said to the planning commission is the same thing with the city. We need to go neighborhood by neighborhood because every neighborhood is a little bit different, and ask them where can you put density. The other thing though is that you said we're going to have a shortage of about 14 or 15,000 units. Mm-hmm. The housing authority has come before us before and said that it's about 25,000 that they have on a waiting list, and then there's about 25,000 that have given up. So how do you compare your 14, 15,000 to that?
Well, I think that the waiting list and those types of things with the housing authority would reflect people who are here now. And as I noted in one of those charts, if that 25 to 26,000 people who are paying more than 30% of their income, that's the current hole, if you will. That is the current need. What that 14,000 was over the next 20 years, with the growth that is projected, that's additional affordable units that would be needed.
So you think it's 14,000 plus 25,000?
Correct.
Is that, okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's more like 40,000 that we need, right?
Thank you very much. We're going to move to public comment. The first person is Stephanie Pointer, followed by Allison Hewitt.
Good morning. Oh crap, I left my map.
Ding, 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 ding. So, yeah, I know your minutes have already started. Allison, would you like to start?
Allison Hewitt, resident and business owner in East Tampa. I want to say that I'm very happy to see several of these recommendations in here, especially in East Tampa. I know a lot of seniors who are being approached every day to sell their property. Property taxes are increasing and insurance is increasing. What they would like to do is tear down their home that's on larger lots and put in either single townhouses or fourplexes. Unfortunately, they're unable to do that in this current way because they would have to do a PD. They can't afford to redevelop their process. So the recommendations for residential by right is excellent. The already pre-approved models is excellent too, because that will cut down on costs for architects and engineering and design. So there are a lot of things in here that would mitigate gentrification, especially in the East Tampa area. I think also in the Sulphur Springs area, there is a stigma for the duplexes. And I think if they're able to see these missing middle that the city is reviewing, that would also be able to increase some density and also allow folks to be able to afford to live there. Second thing is a recommendation for the more than one approval for the LIHTC funding. I think that is very well, because right now there is a funding cycle with Tallahassee, and if you're not in the cycle here, and you don't meet one of those one recommendations, you could be potentially 4 years behind in applying for the state for tax credit. So the recommendation to include more than one will also increase the number of tax credits from Tallahassee that could come down here to the Tampa area. So I'd like to thank the staff for these recommendations that will help with mitigation, but because we have to walk and chew gum at the same time, the comprehensive plan changes and the future land use changes, we need to make sure that we're having those conversations to make sure that they're included in those, because right now, if we're just going to do it under the multimodal corridors, the transit corridors, we will be decreasing the opportunity in the inner cities to provide that's not just on the corridors. So as we are doing your approvals for those, that we increase and take these recommendations into consideration. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Stephanie Pointer, followed by Jason Riekman.
I just wanted to show this. This is old, but it was in my folder, and I thought it was important when Evan was talking about from 2016
Start with
to
your name, please.
Stephanie Pointer, citizen of Tampa. The growth of single-family homes in our community is just basically not a whole heck of a lot. I mean, 200 of them over the course of 6 years is not a whole lot. But I'd like to know how many households in the city, units in the city of Tampa are short-term rentals, pulling them from the long-term market, because we obviously need long-term rentals, but everybody's worried to death about making all that money. I'd also like to point out that when Mr. Johnson showed that pretty pink map, how dark McDill was, because it's full of people with large families. And so, you know, when I come in here and go, look, we don't need these 1 and 2 bedroom apartments down here, I think that map reinforces that. Redevelopable land. I was kind of offended when I saw that the American Legion property was on that redevelopable land. Yes, they own 26 acres on that peninsula, but most of it's swampland. I mean, the vast majority of it is swampland. And so I would say that there's probably quite a big chunk of non-redevelopable land in that particular map. And vacant land isn't always available for housing redevelopment, nor should it be. And you know what? A great way to start at going forward with getting the housing units, the affordable housing units we need in this city, is to get Rome Yard moving. 2021, we're still not getting it done. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Jason Riekman, followed by Keela McCaskill.
All right, so, hello again. So I agree.
Start with your name, please.
Jason Rickman.
Thank you.
So I agree with the pre-approved building plans for developers, especially for the missing middle. I love that. Also, I do agree with allowing duplex, triplexes, and fourplexes. All right, just wanted to speak to you today. Okay, so this is in District 5. This is a 4-unit. This is a 8-unit. They're both on 6,000 square foot lots. They're both zoned RS50. RS50 is a single family house. That's typically what it's reserved for. I think that if we could cut a lot of the red tape and allow us to be able to build stuff like that, not just in the corridors, I know this house. This is on the 4th Avenue. It doesn't lead anywhere. Just like I said, if you go west, it dead ends at new construction. If you go east, it dead ends at another. It can't just be the corridors. It has to be like in inner East Tampa. I'll give you an example. So I have somebody with a 7,000 square foot lot who wants to build a multi-unit because they get $1,500 SSI. If they were allowed to build like this, they could afford to live there. Not only would they be able to afford to live there, they wouldn't have to borrow money from the city to subsidize the housing. An FHA loan, if you apply for an FHA loan, they give you credit for each additional unit up to 4. So we can work together and mitigate a lot of this stuff. I agree with a lot of what he said. We just have to work together and cut the red tape. Yesterday, I was at Hannah Street, and I was speaking to somebody in zoning, and he was saying, well, I'm not sure how I feel about living next to something like this. And I asked him, so you have a house in the city? He said, no. And I said, you have a house in the county? He said, no. He says he can't afford a house. The city employees can't even afford to live here, and that's not right. All right, that's it.
Jason, can you leave that picture? Because when we're done, I'm going to ask staff a question about that.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. That one
Yeah,
picture with
no
the
problem.
multifamily there. Keela McCaskill, followed by Michelle B. Patty.
Good morning, Keela McCaskill. 14,000 future, 25,000 current is the need in the city. So those numbers are alarming. And this study we saw, same study last year, I think they made about $300,000 for that study last year. And then for this one this year, we see the issue. We see it all the time. We know exactly what those issues are. And the city can't add those units, we get it. You can't add those units by yourself. And we talked about partnerships, but what does that look like to you seriously? I would like to see some out-of-the-box approaches to how you get to the numbers that's needed. Our mayor had a very aggressive goal of 10,000 units a couple years ago, and last year when they provided an update, I think it was like 250. That's where they were on the aggressive goal of 10,000 units. How do we get to the real numbers? In this workshop, thank you for the information, Mr. Johnson, but there's some people that are applying and they come here requesting information on how you get to do that. They're out-of-the-box approaches. Your CRP told you to do public-private partnership. And in doing that, you're working with existing owners. They're not developers. They're not white, wealthy individuals. They're people that want to help their area. They've been here some 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and they said, I would like to add to the need in this area, particularly in what you all call Central, but in East Tampa, they want to provide it. Alone, if we just work with Nebraska, there's over 400 units that you could add. You don't own the land in the city. You don't own the great parcels to do the development. You're not going to take it through code enforcement. You're not going to delinquent tax them out of there. So partnering with these owners, partnering with these new developers, partnering with out-of-box approaches would be very helpful. Me alone, with the developer that I've hired, there's 600 units that we have that we can provide. I don't see the eager opportunity to do any kind of public-private partnership, and I like to see that. Adding to the home ownership piece, what happened to the CLT or the Community Land Trust? In the last housing needs assessment, there was a lot of robust discussions on CLTs, and I didn't see a lot of it in this presentation. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't see a lot of it there. I like to see that come back in addition to the creative use of the FHA financing, where an individual could qualify for their unit, and then they have 2 or 3 tenants, or duplex, or quad, or however that is. But explore those opportunities with someone that does that, and they can assist you in getting additional housing stock. And then ADUs, I do believe that if they own the home and they want to add an ADU on the owner-occupied rehab, if it's possible, to add the usage of adding the ADU on their land. If it's not in there, I thought it was, or at least there was a discussion. Put that in there so they can add another unit to their home via the owner-occupied rehab, because I think it goes up to $100,000, and the ADU doesn't have to cost $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop Michelle B. Patty.
Bishop Michelle B. Patty, I would like to first say thank you to Councilman recognizing East Tampa. We know that many people, these are homes that was given to them by generation. They've been passed down. So now we have to make sure we don't have gentrification, meaning that we don't allow code enforcement to force people out their homes, taxes to tax them out. When you build big homes around smaller homes, it drives up the taxes. When we say affordable, affordable for whom? We have to look at the area and their income. Many people can't even get an apartment because the landlord is requesting that they make about 3 times much as the rent. So we have to be careful with the word affordable. Ask the question, affordable for whom? So yes, we need to be building out there, but we also keep in mind that there are some people that will not and do not want to sell their family homes, and they should not be forced out of those family homes. And there should be more help for those people, because a lot of them are senior citizens. Once again, we're talking about seniors who can't afford to keep the homes up. And they might just be on one street out of the CRA, but they still need help. So we need to look how to keep the community intact that want to be intact. So I'm glad that we're looking at that area. So those are some of the things that I hope you all take into account. Yes, people do want new homes, but at what expense? Yes, do they need them? Most definitely. As you see, the waiting list on housing is staggering. Can't believe it, because it used to be that if a family didn't have a place to stay, you could go to Tampa housing and you'd be in a place within a week or so. Now they're talking about years where people just have fallen off of the waiting list, and some of those people now are on the streets homeless. And so we lump all that in together where you're forcing people to be homeless. So I'm glad that the council is looking at things proactive and not reactive. And we have an opportunity to do some fine things here in the city of Tampa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Good morning.
Good morning. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Naya Young. I'm a resident of Tampa Heights. I want to thank Mr. Evan Johnson for the presentation, which was great. I was at Tampa Heights Civic Association meeting last night, and he gave a really great presentation. So I want to just point out, I mean, we all know this, but Central Tampa, East Tampa, and really a lot of areas within District 5 have a huge need for affordable housing. We have, families in District 5, especially like our seniors who cannot afford to stay in their homes and really need relief now. I think if we're to address this housing crisis, it's going to really take big ideas and really bold solutions. I know we're talking a lot about, missing middle housing and, triplexes and duplexes, but let's really act on that and not talk about it. Let's really make it happen. We also have a lot of homeowners and small scale developers in the area that see the need as well and really want to, find a way to alleviate this, want to help. But they're running into a lot of, as we, always talk about, red tape or issues. So how do we make it easier for those that want to give back to their communities and want to help those that need housing? And so I just, let's find solutions and engage them. And then I just ask that I'm really happy that we're talking about this and we're, again, like Bishop Patty was saying, that we're actually being proactive and not reactive. And I just ask that we please, that we don't stop focusing on the housing and really, think about what ideas, how can we really, step outside the box, and what solutions can we really have to address this crisis, because there is a huge housing crisis, and we know it's not just in Tampa, it's everywhere. But now that we're having the conversation, and we can really think about how can we help our constituents. So thank you. You all doing great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And Andy, did you want to speak? I saw you standing there, so I wrote your name down there. So you want to speak to this issue? No, he's already spoken. And if just to remind everybody, to be able to speak for any of the items, we have sign-in sheets. So if you have not signed in and you expect to speak at some item, please see Darlene Johnson here, and she'll make sure you're signed in for the item.
Yes, Andy Juscaglione. Actually, I was not going to speak, but just want to follow up on some good points that Councilor Carlson said. Actually, good news. Rents are going down, and that's real time. What he mentioned, some of the data that's presented, in all fairness to the city, is not in real time. And then secondary, the effective rents are definitely going down, but it won't be disclosed with the city's reports, because what you're seeing is anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks free rent concessions being given on all this new construction going up currently. So, so in all fairness to them, when they said that rents are stabilizing or aren't going down, actually no, there is definitely a supply demand imbalance currently, and it's because all projects came on at one time and they were in the pipeline. Now that will change, because the supply imbalance will switch the other way, because right now there's very little in the pipeline because of the capital markets being frozen. Okay. How do we continue getting rents to stay neutral or coming down? Increase maximum density, but only in appropriate areas. Channel side, downtown, not the South Tampa, Gandy area. So, yes. So anyway, I just wanted to make those points. I wasn't gonna speak, but when I heard, I just want to actually give some good news and give a correction based on rents currently. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last public speaker on this one. I have a question for staff reference, that one picture that was put up. Could you put that back up on the wall for us? So this is just interesting because I don't see these being developed, and you see, like, especially like South Tampa, Hyde Park, you see this type of housing. It kind of blends seamlessly with neighborhoods, so you end up having density that's relatively transparent because that single door entry. Is it our zoning, or is it a market-driven thing that people are not developing these?
Abby Feely, I'd like to answer that question in a couple ways, because I actually live on a street that has single family, it has 2 quads, but typically these were built in the early 1920s, 1930s, and are still there. I'm sorry?
That's 25 years. Hold on one second, yeah.
So this has been an ongoing discussion because you either have the land use underneath to be able to support the units, or you don't, so then you come in for a land use change. But when we have been looking at all of these, and I just want to talk that, the study you saw today presented by Evan, while may be referred to as us, it was done by a consultant. It is data. It's another tool that, while we're having these discussions, plays into that. We've had a lingering discussion about the utilization of PDs to build this type of housing, which would be allowed, but that sometimes the market has actually lagged in this being a fruitful housing type. And just seeing this, I would have to look at what's the land use, what is the zoning, when was it constructed, and how then, was it the zoning code that allowed it, was it a separate zoning that allowed it, and how that looks as we move forward with what Evan and the Planning Commission have been working on in terms of opening up different housing type opportunities, and then how we come in with the land development code update to also address that.
Yeah, it's just fascinating because you see this type of housing through Palmacia, through Hyde Park. I mean, in these really nice, really upscale kind of neighborhoods. And again, it seems it's relatively, the single door entry, it seems relatively transparent. And I have to imagine that it's not that expensive to construct because you got 4 exterior walls and 1 roof. Yeah.
But we did pull, just to add to that, I mean, we pulled a lot of the PDs and looking at housing trends when we were talking about this over the last 5 years, and it hasn't been that a lot of this is new construction. The majority of it is, I'm not saying that this isn't or hasn't been constructed, but the majority of it seems to have come from our housing stock from the 20s, 30s, and 40s.
So does our land code and our future land use, does it address these types of construction these kind of type of buildings?
That's really what we're working on now.
Okay. Okay, pretty good. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, like Chair Clinton said, these are even all over Hyde Park. There are 2 or 3 of them from, I think, the last 10 years, just north of Hyde Park Village. From the front, they all look like single-family homes. And I think this may get into design guidelines, which I think the state preempts. But if there's a way to categorize multifamily that looks like a single-family house, if there's a way to describe it and incentivize it or encourage people to do it, please help us figure that out, because that would, I think, developers get frustrated. They want to build multifamily. They come in here and they get rejected. But if they could work with the neighborhood to build multifamily that looks like single family, they would get approval much more from the neighborhoods, which would then help them get ultimate approval. But this is something that we really should try to encourage, because it seems like in most places people don't have opposition to it.
Yeah, this
Chair. Agreed, and
eclectic housing style, and makes for an interesting neighborhood as well. Councilman Hertrick,
Chair.
I can't see you. Did you want to speak?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know how to get your attention.
Yeah,
so
I'm trying to keep you on screen so I can see you. But yes, Councilwoman Hertrick.
And I wanted to say that you all are absolutely on the right track. The problem is most of our land use just doesn't allow for this. That is the bigger problem here. And while it sounds nice, and really what it is massing and scale, and we're bringing that forward in the land development code. That's what's going to change. It's not a height restriction. It's not what it can look like. but does it fit with the massing and scale of the current neighborhood? And that is a huge part. I don't know I think these are the types of developments that we can do public-private partnerships with to kickstart them. I've talked to quite a few people in the city about doing that, and I am looking forward to continuing that conversation. But definitely in the comp plan, definitely in the LDC, we have to start talking about this type of housing. Folks, young people especially, know that their first house is not going to be a single family home with a yard. They understand that most likely it's going to be some type of townhome or condo style unit, and we need to figure out how to build those within the city. So I want to thank staff again for bringing this forward, for working with us on the comp plan and the land development code so we can start to build these types of housing. Thank you.
Well, you know what's interesting, the mass and scale though, Councilwoman Hurtek, is that I'm looking at between like McDill and Howard south of Swan. There's a lot of this type of development, but there's also a lot of single story, homes, really small homes. So, I mean, it is, and actually, and again, it kind of leads to that eclectic kind of cool vibe in that neighborhood because you've got different masses and scale. So you've got some, you've got some small houses, you've got some medium. I mean, you've got a little bit of just about everything. So I don't necessarily know if you want a homogeneous mass and scale on this. I think sometimes,
Well, if you don't mind me responding, mass and scale is more like when you have a single family neighborhood that's been there forever, and then you plop one of those 3-story rectangles in the middle. That's what people don't like. That's what massing and scale is. So it's not saying you can't build small. It's not saying you can't build funky. It's just saying that you don't have to put a rectangular box. Whatever you put in should fit with the neighborhood. If it is 3 stories, it needs to have maybe some of the style and the characteristics of the house next to it, not just a box, because the box stands out. A 3-story with some gingerbread or something like that's in a more historic district, that fits. So I think that's really the conversation we're having. And I think as we start to have more of these conversations, more photos like the one that the gentleman showed, maybe if staff could find more of those, but not just the house itself, but the houses around it. So I see that I think it was an 8-plex or a 6-plex and a 4-plex. What's surrounding it? Is there a single family next door? And I think that's the conversation as we start to look at these images that we can have. Thanks.
Well, I think you hit it. And this council has challenged the architects and developers to bring us more architecturally significant or interesting construction rather than these ticky-tacky boxes. But yeah, then again, also the argument is when does it start? Is that the first project of housing replacement that ends up creating a funky, cool neighborhood in an area that maybe it was just the very first one, but maybe there'll be more to follow to fill that out. So I think that's going to be a challenge for council to figure out in the land use as well. That is this, how do we develop this land use so what that future neighborhood is going to look like in 20 or 30 years versus what it looks like today. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think everything you all said plays into this, but there were a lot of duplexes and quads built, I won't name names, but built in the 90s and 2000s that look like duplexes and quads. Yeah, exactly. I think the distinction on this is that it has the design elements of the neighborhood and it looks like a single family home on the outside. Yeah. And so I don't know how to describe that and put that in the code, but if we can encourage, there's one in Hyde Park that's a senior center with a bunch of units inside, but it looks like a single family home on the outside. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, is there anything else? Okay, then I think we are ready to move on. Thank you for the great discussion on a very important thing. Okay, here we go.
Evan Johnson, City Planning. It's a twofer. All right, this is a presentation on the Coastal Area Action Plan. And if we could get that up on the screen.
So this would be half of item number 5.
This would be the other half.
CTTV, yeah, the other half. CTTV, Coastal Action Plan. And if you could do me a favor and just leave Councilwoman Hurtek on the screen so I can see if she's trying to get my attention, and we can watch the monitors up for the presentations.
Oh, there we go. All right, so this is another one of those initiatives that city planning has been working on for quite some time. And again, I'll make that caveat in the beginning to just say that as throughout this planning process, we've been using the information and data gathered to really help inform a lot of the work we've been doing. So in the interest of time, I'll move as pretty quick, but feel free to stop me or we'll talk at the end, of course. So just going to cover the overall plan purpose, a little bit about our community engagement. The primary deliverables, there were several technical memos that provided background on vulnerability of areas within the coastal area particularly, but the final deliverables were two kind of focused plans on both Palmetto Beach and the South of Gandy neighborhood. So I'll walk you through some of those as well as more general recommendations. And my remote is, am I crazy? Oh, not working. I cannot advance the slide. I was doing so well.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
CTTV, are you able to advance the slide for us?
Oh.
I don't think that was an advancement.
No.
But it's a very beautiful picture. There we go. Thank you.
All right. So the plan purpose here really was, this was originally funded via a grant, a disaster recovery grant, CDBG, that came in and was really about trying to look at long-term solutions for adaptation and addressing flooding and vulnerability issues in those, particularly those specific areas in South of Gandy and in Palmetto Beach. There we go. There was a number of engagement activities. I'll just say that we did neighborhood charrettes. I think we did 4 of them in South of Gandy. We did 1 of them in Palmetto Beach, neighborhood tours and overall workshops as well throughout the process. We'll start with our South of Gandy discussion, talk a little bit about that process. So you all know this area possibly better than most in the city due to the good representation of the neighborhoods down there. The one thing I wanted to mention, and this will come up a little later as well, is that South of Gandy and South Tampa more generally, but particularly South of Gandy, is very diverse. It's very diverse in incomes and socioeconomic status. And so that's something that I know that South Tampa gets put in a box sometimes, and there's a lot of assumptions made, but it is true that there is more diversity there, particularly in incomes, lower middle incomes, than the South Tampa as a whole. So through our process, you see we did 4 neighborhood workshops, so we kind of focused recommendations and ideas based on those different neighborhoods. Nothing here is probably too surprising, and we've got the big ones that you hear often, the infrastructure, stormwater and flooding, and the traffic issues being big challenges. Multimodal connectivity was also something brought out a lot, and I think that with the McDill 48 stormwater park, being completed within this planning time horizon or time period, I would say it really just feeds that idea of like, hey, is there a way for us to do a better job of linking some of these great green assets that are also serving to absorb stormwater and deal with flooding together through South Tampa and South of Gandy. So that's just something that we thought was a really interesting idea to move forward with. We did a social vulnerability assessment of each of the target areas, the focus areas. So as you can see, as I mentioned, what we're looking at here is there's a series, the CDC and EPA, they've created these social vulnerability indicators, and the idea there is that there are a number of different factors that make people and communities more vulnerable. So lack of access to transportation, lower incomes, housing situations, et cetera, including things like race and ethnicity, more minority populations, et cetera, can traditionally make folks more vulnerable in these areas when combined with all those other factors. So I did just want to point out that if you break down the areas of the Rembrandt Garden, Sunbay South, this is kind of Gandy Civic in the middle there, those areas do meet the criteria of areas that are very socially vulnerable, and that has to do, again, with that income mix, the mix of a lower middle income population. The rest of the area, as you can see, is very different in makeup, but there is that core area just north of McDill that is an area where you see vulnerability, and it happens to be a very low and physically vulnerable area as well. Looking at our evacuation, I'm sure you've seen a variation of this map for a while now, but The yellow area there, we'll start with that. That is the evacuation zone B, but everything else is evacuation zone A, south of Gandy. So the vast majority is, has to evacuate often, very low, low-lying areas. And of course, as we've discussed and was mentioned earlier, McDill, with a lot of families, a lot of population, a lot of equipment, that typically they have to move out pretty often due to storm impacts. The flood zones tell a similar tale. The one main difference I'll say is, as you can see in that kind of the lighter color in the middle there, that's that evacuation zone B. That's a little bit higher area. One difference that was made several years ago when they updated the FEMA maps was that you have a VE zone, which is right along the coast, and that's where you're going to see the worst wave action. You also have a coastal A zone, which is an area of limited wave action. So A is your typical flood zone, which most of south of Gandy is. Coastal A is right along, right along those areas that aren't waterfront necessarily, but are low enough and could be potentially impacted directly by surge and waves. So that's something that we talk about a little bit in the recommendation, so I just wanted to point that out. Sea level rise, because surge and floods, as now is not enough. They also looked at a vulnerability from sea level rise over time. On my left, which is 2040, that's the 2040 potential impacts. Generally, impacts in south of Gandy are at the intermediate high stage, which are looking at 1 to 1.5 feet of elevation increase. This inundation is not necessarily the water coming in from the coast. It comes from below as well as the sea level rises a little bit. So, but as you look 2080, you start to see really if we see the higher levels of potential sea level rise, which could be in the neighborhood of 6 to 7 feet. Now that's very high, the NOAA high, that's the, the federal government puts those out. But if you look at that, you could see significant impacts. And that's one of the reasons why, like McDill has been working on adaptation plans and infrastructure investment, because they see these maps as well, and they see the future impacts. Quickly with Palmetto Beach, same kind of analysis here of demographic and economics. One thing I would want to point out is this is a very largely majority Hispanic population in Palmetto Beach, as well as the incomes here in this overall neighborhood are generally much lower than what we saw in most of the south of Gandy neighborhoods. The main, so Palmetto Beach, not unlike Port Tampa, a historic community, has a national historic district, not a local district, but there is a lot of interest in historic preservation, but there's also a lot of lower middle income folks who own these houses. So also not necessarily a lot of interest in, say, a local district, because it becomes a little bit more expensive to maintain your homes over time. They have a lot of flooding issues, not surprising, as you know, from Helene particularly. We saw a lot of inundation in Palmetto Beach. They also are right next to a lot of industrial. So whether on the east, we've got our solid waste facility, we've got some new industrial area there out by 34th Street. On the west, you've got the port. And so there's a lot of truck traffic in and around the neighborhood, and there's some that moves back and forth, and there was a lot of concerns about that as well. The social vulnerability index is high for Palmetto Beach because of those incomes, those, again, the higher minority populations, and the less, 15% have no vehicle at all. So when you think about vulnerability to storm surge, to having to evacuate, that's where those numbers come in. So it is a very vulnerable community as well. Evacuation Zone A covers the entire neighborhood. So no evacuation Zone B in this area, and you can see that goes all the way up to IKEA and over to the port. Flood zones, there is one area that is outside of the flood zone, and it's that light color kind of in the northeast portion of the neighborhood. That is high enough generally to not be considered in the flood zone, or it's in flood zone X, which is more of your 2% chance of flooding versus the 100-year flood. Oh, there we go. Sea level rise, South Palmetto Beach is extremely low. And you feel it when you go there. If you've been through Palmetto Beach, it really is low on McKay Bay. And so the risk of inundation, particularly at those intermediate high levels, is very high. So that is a real impact that they should be concerned about, and we should be concerned about, looking forward to investing in that community. So study recommendations, I will go through these pretty quickly. There was the building standard discussion, which included increasing the amount of freeboard, which is how high you must build your structure above the required FEMA flood zone. So if you have to build at 13 feet minimum, it would be up to 16 feet. Where you'd have your finished floor elevation. Looking at the next to last bullet, which talks about requiring open foundations in coastal aid. Kind of complicated, but essentially it's about reducing the areas where you allow for fill dirt to elevate new structures. And so what this recommendation was is there are more areas, particularly in Palmetto Beach, particularly in South of Gandy, where maybe we shouldn't be requiring or allowing for fill dirt to be used, because fill dirt reacts differently to water. It pushes water around versus water flowing through during a storm event. Stormwater, I will just say that the main focus on these is there, particularly around single-family homes, increasing, there's a 50% threshold where if you're 50% pervious or impervious, more than that, you have to actually retain some level of stormwater on your site, even if you're a single-family home. They want to drop that to 40% so that it increases the number of new homes that would have to do that to retain some stormwater. They also talked about repairing the Palmetto Beach seawall, which you all know is underway with the help of the federal government and the city budget commitments. So that will be a big difference in improving vulnerability in the Palmetto Beach area. This is more talking about, there's a lot of recommendations around communications. I won't get into the details of these, but there's lots of good case study examples of how communities can communicate better with residents who are in vulnerable situations, can educate them about how to get resources and to get out when that situation arises. Neighborhood enhancements, I'll point out the neighborhood commercial districts. There is a lot of support in both South of Gandy and Palmetto Beach for finding areas where we can reinforce the concept of this is our neighborhood node. This is where we've got some restaurants, retail facilities, possibly your gas station, etc. There is a lot of support for that concept of integrating that into the neighborhood, but obviously there's planning that has to go around that with parking and stormwater and all that good stuff. And the last bullet there I wanted to mention was designating South of Gandy and Palmetto Beach as what we would call adaptation action areas. This is something that is allowed or enabled by the state statute, and essentially it's a tool that communities use for prioritizing capital investment and certain types of improvements. So it really becomes a screen often for capital improvements planning and kind of prioritizes these areas and recognizes their vulnerability. Multimodal, again, I already kind of mentioned the discussion about that, connecting those green spaces, connecting those stormwater facilities via rails to trails or trails. There are a lot of opportunities that we've kind of laid out in the actual documents themselves as potential connections. And I just wanted to end it on an accomplishments slide. So we very much, as I mentioned at the beginning, we've been using the data and analysis and the community engagement throughout this process in other initiatives. So since this study actually started, which was before I arrived here at the city, you can see here on that top bullet, we finished our vulnerability assessment. We've had a climate equity action plan. We're working on the full watershed management plan. The seawall repair is happening. We have introduced policies with our comp plan to reduce density increases in the coastal high hazard area. And we're currently looking for more opportunities where there's Economic Development Administration has released some grants that we're looking at pursuing, both from a planning and implementation standpoint. They're focused on vulnerable areas that were impacted by hurricanes last year. So there's a lot of opportunities for us and a lot of things we're trying to take advantage of to really that keep with the spirit and the intent of the recommendations in the Coastal Area Action Plan. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Councilman Scott. Thank you very much. Very educational, especially seeing those different maps of the different areas. And it reminds us to be for us to be very careful of what kind of development we allow, because you can't beat Mother Nature. Storm surge, regardless of whatever stormwater system we put in, storm surge is not manageable. Mother Nature's gonna come in and, devastate areas. We saw what happened with Palmetto Beach. I'm glad you brought that up. Palmetto Beach is so significantly historic. If you talk to old Ybor City families, they'll say, oh no, like the Spicolas. They'll say, no, we're the Palmetto Beach Spicolas. Those are the Ybor City Spicolas. Why Palmetto Beach is not considered as designated as a historic district, that's something to maybe think about. And I know there's restrictions with historic districts, but there's so much history there. I'm glad to see that the seawall, you mentioned already with federal funding, that's getting done. I know families personally that were completely devastated. They literally lost everything. And anyways, you mentioned fill dirt and the use of fill dirt. Does that, what does it do to a foundation? Does it make it more difficult? Does it destabilize? Does it?
No, I'm no expert. I'm not your building official, so I can't speak to the technical part. I will say that generally fill dirt is used everywhere in Florida. Like there's a whole business ecosystem around bringing fill dirt in to help elevate sites. So it really doesn't affect, because they bring it in, they pack it down. It's going to be the same as building on your regular ground. It's just going to be slightly elevated to meet those flood standards. The issue with fill dirt compared to what we would call a house on piers with what are called like breakaway walls is that water, when it comes towards a building that's got fill dirt, it kind of goes around it unless it goes all the way over, right? So the fill dirt itself is just a hill. It's a little hill to berm, so it goes around it. So a breakaway wall type construction, water is allowed and required to be able to flow under the site. So essentially, it will go right through the carport or garage. Think of an elevated home where they've got, piers, and then maybe they've got an enclosed garage. That garage is designed, when the surge comes through, the water knocks it and flows through. So from a flooding perspective, particularly in areas that are really vulnerable, the breakaway wall construction and that kind of construction can make a difference in how the water flows through the area, which ultimately, water moving one way or the other can have a bad effect on other properties within the area. So it's recommended for those areas that are very much coastal, typically very coastal. But one of the recommendations is, well, let's look at the most vulnerable areas, and maybe we could consider having a conversation about, could it be expanded to more vulnerable areas within the city in hopes of kind of getting rid of some of the worst challenges that come with storm surge.
It comes down to, just my personal opinion, common sense. If I could live anywhere in Tampa, where would I live? I mean, there's so many beautiful places. But the map that you showed regarding the storm surge is so eye-opening that I'm looking at myself going, when they say South Tampa is full, South of Gandy is full, Bayshore Boulevard, whatever it is, it's, I like to go to bed at night, and I like to sleep without worrying, what the next storm that comes in, or a heavy afternoon rain in July, or again, and this is from people in the city, that have come and gone. No stormwater system in the world can manage X amount of inches. And then you have the threat of hurricane, what we saw last year. When Irma came through in 2017, and I have the photos, I drove around Tampa, specifically downtown, and I took pictures of all the places that I liked, because when I talked to Mayor Buckhorn, who was the mayor at the time, he goes, something like, we're preparing for the worst. And I talked to Dennis Rojero, who was the chief of staff at the time. When the water was sucked out of where Bayshore is at, and people were climbing over and taking photos, I said, Mother Nature is coming back with a vengeance. So let me photograph what I like, because this is all going to be gone. There are photos from 1921, I think, where it shows downtown underwater. I thought that this first floor of this building was going to be completely flooded. I go, we're going to have to be working remotely, to continue the operations of the city. Again, we need to be very careful in what we approve moving forward. We talked about, you know, our planning commission discussion and increasing the density. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, I look at like Miami and how they've had to either elevate the roads or the development along the way, just to get a water, to say you live with a water view. We are, you can talk about climate change. I think climate change is real and I believe in it. Other people don't believe in it. But when you overbuild in areas or you build in areas that just don't make sense, this used to be swamp. This was a lake or a pond that was filled in and now it's full of homes. I mean, you're messing with the natural process of, it's like getting a car and filling it with aftermarket parts. You void the warranty. You know, we're voiding the warranty of Mother Nature because we're overdeveloping just to say, you know, we can build here. You know, and it's all coming down to greed and money. We can build here, we can build here, we can make it work out, and then we have all these problems. So I'm going to save your presentation because it reminds me of, in future decisions, you know, this just doesn't make sense. You're overburdening the system.
I appreciate that, comments.
How do we sign up for the adaptation action areas?
That could be a recommendation in the comp plan, would be to designate those.
We can't just do it with an ordinance or a resolution or something. We have to wait for the comp plan.
I would have to double check and get back with you to make sure. Typically, it's done through policy in the comp plan. But what I will say is that with the completion of the vulnerability assessment about a year and a half ago or a year ago, we are now eligible for grant money to do more adaptation planning, grant money from the state. And that's something we are already looking into for Palmetto Beach rings a bell, I think, is something that we've already looked in as far as finding money to help do that.
Anything I can do to help you sign us up for the adaptation action area, I would be happy to do it. And
I'll look into it and provide that to your office.
Hey, one other quick question. The state had a program, I think it was called Elevate Florida, and then they stopped it recently, and so even houses next to each other, some people got it and some people didn't. Do you have any idea if that is coming back? That was to give grant money to people to help them lift their homes to do exactly what you're talking about with breakaway underneath.
I cannot speak to that I wouldn't want to mislead. I don't know enough about the program to be able to tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah, I wish the state would do that, because we're going to have to either people will have to move out of areas, or they're going to get flooded all the time, or they have to build up. There's only choices.
Councilwoman Hurtak, did you have anything to ask? You have any questions?
Thank you for asking. I really appreciate the recommendations. I think the recommendations about the breakaway walls is definitely something I've been talking about in other areas of the city too. So I'm really glad to hear that this is being mentioned. I agree with Councilman Carlson. Anything we need to do to go ahead and set up that assessment area. So I support that as well. I thought what an interesting one, and I know we've sort of talked about it before, is taking acquiring parcels that can serve as stormwater storage. I think that's, I don't know how practical that is there, but I still think it's a good and interesting idea. You may or may not have seen, the New York Times just did a really interesting story on the flooding in Atlanta. I want to say it was yesterday or the day before, and basically they took a whole neighborhood that had flooded and they had purchased the homes and made I want to say it's a 15-acre park. It might be larger, but basically it's prepared for stormwater and for storm surge. So not storm surge for them, but for flooding issues. So anyway, just something interesting, and I really appreciate it. And I look forward to more plans. And I agree with Councilman Carlson that I hope the state brings back some of these issues. This is not going away. It's only going to get worse. So the more opportunity we have to be able to build back better, I think is good for us. Fixing people's houses and having them flood again, that's just not, especially a day like today, when today was the day that Helene hit, and I think all of us need to it was interesting to wake up this morning and think about that, how today was the day that so many people's lives changed, and we're still trying to figure out what to do about it. But I'm glad this has happened, that study is finally done. I hope that all of us can get a copy of it. I'd like a hard copy if possible, just to have, to really be able to look at different ways we can help these neighborhoods that were so devastatingly impacted. Thank you.
Okay, I want to just remind council, it's just a little bit before noon, and we've only accomplished 3 items. I would like to say that I think it's a workshop, so I think if I would ask council for the indulgence of when they provide their opportunity to speak, to limit it to questions and less pontificating on it. I think we may be able to get through. And then I want to find out from council, is it their desire to work through lunch and to try to accomplish all these others, or should we take a break or take a lunch and come back? Councilman Vera?
Yes, sir. I mean, I would suggest that we go with your plan, Mr. Chairman, of going through and do work to lunch, but with the strict goal of being out of here by 1:15. I'm fine with that if staff and everybody is. I think we can do that, but with,
yeah, we just have to abbreviate our comments. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you.
You're so quiet up there. You're so quiet.
I'm looking at you. I think you've somehow grabbed Charlie's voice, and now you've adapted. You're now Charlie. You're Charlie Jr. now, and Charlie's been so quiet this whole meeting. Okay, very good. So we're going to try to work through. For the public, I've got Stephanie Pointer, and then I know some people signed up for 5. For 5 because it was a combined between Tampa Hope and Coastal Action Plan. But I'll just call if you had 5 on there. If you don't wish to speak to this item, you don't have to. So Stephanie Pointer is number 1.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I'd like to point out that this report is not on the city's website, and it was not on base, so I have not seen the final draft of it, but I have some copies of it. It wasn't when I checked earlier this week. So there were some important little things that could be done that I think that we completely overlooked, and it would take not a whole lot to educate the citizens who live south of Gandy and who live in Palmetto Beach that they could use some of these with the bioswales, with rain gardens, retention ponds, permeable paving. I manage about 150 houses in the last 7 or 8 years. I only have one house that has a permeable driveway. I think that's really important. Native landscaping, rainwater harvesting, green roofs. All those things are small things that we can do one house at a time. And there are so many neighbors who want to do things to help with the project. And if the city could do something to train folks for that, that would be very wonderful. More permeable surface. You know, over and over again, when that gentleman showed the picture of the missing middle this morning, that quad, I have a quad. I have a quad and I have a triplex. I own 2 missing middle projects, and both of them are about the size of those. And here's the thing, the problem is not those particular units, but the impermeable surface that these monstrosities that are being built now create. They have to require the same impermeable surface for multifamily units on a single family lot. That's what, if you do that, you're gonna get more of what that gentleman was showing. The plan amendments for this area should always travel with the rezonings, because we need to see what they're actually going to build, not just a hypothesis. Trails versus sidewalks, that was in there somewhere, and these are my notes that I made months ago when I got a rough draft of this. I'd like to point out that Middleton High School is the closest shelter to south of Gandy, and I took somebody there. It took me 45 minutes to get there now. I took her there because she had no access, and we could not get her on a bus to get there, so during the last hurricane. One thing that I think is really, really important, and now that we're working on the code, is we have got to elevate these open foundations. And I am hearing whispers of these houses that are built on fill with the garages. Their garages are starting to crack. In these areas that flooded so badly last year, the garages are starting to crack. That fill is moving underneath that foundation, and people are becoming concerned about it. Now, it's not going to come out publicly for a long time because it's going to damage the value of those people's homes. Stop building on fill. Start doing it the right way. This is what FEMA endorses. This is what this program is. We should be doing it all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keela McCaskill, followed by Stephen McElhaney. Keela, do you want to speak to this item?
Keela McCaskill, not a lot. Just want to say that my family is South Candy, raised. In fact, you use my townhouse as an example. And even in that, we're 3 feet above, off of Everett Townhomes. We are high up, but we still had a lot of water there. But that, we weren't worried as much as the people, like my disabled family and friends that's down in Port Tampa, closer to Picnic Island, where many of them are still, even I'm not in my home still, and many of them are not. And every good rain now, they're flooding. And they just redid as much, the ones that are at home, they redid a whole lot of it, only for many of them to have to redo a lot of things, even in just good rain today. So before the next hurricane, before October, hopefully, well, probably too late for that, but hopefully before the next storm, you identify another location, because many of them are transportation challenged. They couldn't get to Middleton. So they made a decision to stay home. And we had to pull them out of that house on a mattress because everything else was floating in their home, and they're disabled, many of them down there. So hopefully you can find, with your relationship, identify another location before another storm, before another hurricane hits. Find a closer location because they could not get out. We had canoes, we had mattresses. We had to pull people out in some very unusual situations, and it was life-changing for many of us as we tried to work through that. And then that was the only other thing I wanted to say. Try to find another location and support whatever it is that will find support for areas like Port Tampa, because it was devastating to see many seniors, many people affected, all because so many people was crammed in this space, and most of them are transportation challenged. Thank you.
Thank you, Keila. Stephen McElhaney.
Morning, Council. Steve McElhaney. First, let me say that every new project requires stormwater treatment. Every new project. Previously, other construction didn't require it. Old construction didn't require it. So we're playing a catch-up game with stormwater treatment. One of the most important aspects of that is maintenance and getting the stormwater systems cleaned out and have them acceptable so that we can treat the stormwater that we do have. A little bit of off topic here, but it's related. Every one of the police stations and fire stations need to be hardened. Many of them failed, as you know. Some of them don't have emergency generators. They should all have emergency generators. And if Evan's got some grant source for funding, that should happen. If they need to apply for an aqua dam or something around fire stations, so be it. We don't have sufficient high water vehicles. We borrowed them from the sheriff's office. So those are capital projects, but you should keep that in mind that as we're moving forward, if we don't have the capacity to protect the first responders, then when we do have an emergency, then we're in a much more difficult situation. Tampa General, for example, they have aqua dams around their facilities now. They didn't flood, but all the properties around them flooded. So again, police and fire and all your first responders need to be protected. They need to have the emergency generators, particularly the stations with ambulances and the fire rescue stations. And if you can't get people out with a high water vehicle, then what happens to them? They're stranded. So anyway, on the VE zones that they were talking about earlier, you can't put fill in a velocity zone. You have to elevate, and you have to have breakaway walls. So if there's fill, it's not in a velocity zone. I think just some things to consider as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McElhaney. Okay, that concludes that item. We're going to move on to, let's see what we got. We have SB 180, and it's going to be followed by the Live Local Act.
Chairman, Abby Faley, real quick. So I know the time you just discussed. So the way we kind of have our presentations organized, we're going to start with that Senate Bill 180 umbrella,
Okay.
which then contains underneath it the Ybor City parking regulations,
Okay.
the July 24th text amendments, the July 2025 text amendments. I
Okay.
should have said July 2024 text amendments, July 2025 text amendments, and under the July 2025 text amendments, we have the channel district discussion. So we can knock all of that out, which would leave the last item of the live local as the last item on the agenda. So that would, if
That
you,
sounds wonderful.
okay, and we
So-
can just rock and roll.
So let's move, I'll just make a chair decision to move on 180, combine all the items except for the live local. And we'll
And
hear
my
live local
apologies
last.
and deepest respect to the clerk, because I know that doesn't always work good when we have all this, but we are gonna discuss it all at once. So I can help if we need certain things, but since there's no motions and it's a workshop, I think we'll be okay.
I think it was well, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of City
Good
Council.
afternoon now. We're actually in the afternoon.
Oh, sorry, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. Mr. Chair and members of City Council, Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. This first item, item number 3, is regarding Senate Bill 180, which, as most of you know, passed in the 2025 legislative session. And while it was entitled An Act Relating to Emergencies, there are a couple of sections in there, particularly Section 18 and Section 28, that extended beyond the scope of emergency response and disaster recovery. So I'll just read directly from Section 28 is what is really relevant to our discussion this morning. And that section applies to each county listed in the Federal Disaster Declaration for Hurricane Debby, Hurricane Helene, or Hurricane Milton. And so Hillsborough County is one of those counties listed in that Federal Disaster Declaration. And then Section 28 goes on to address each municipality within each of those counties. So the city of Tampa is a municipality within Hillsborough County. So Section 28 does directly affect the city of Tampa. And what this act does is prohibit the city of Tampa from proposing or adopting more restrictive or burdensome amendments to its comprehensive plan or land development regulations. And it also prohibits us from proposing or adopting more restrictive or burdensome procedures concerning review, approval, or issuance of a site development plan, a site plan, development permit, or development order. And this section applies retroactively starting on August 1st of 2024, and it carries on through October 1st of 2027. So just over a 3-year period in which these prohibitions apply. So the challenge with this is that the term or the phrase more restrictive or burdensome is not defined in the legislation. There is very little guidance at this point in time on what that phrase means. So each county, each municipality, anybody who's affected by this section is just relying on their own interpretation and their own definition of what that phrase means. So we're flying a little blind here. We're doing our best to interpret it in the way that we understand those words. And so we have gone through and tried to identify, well, let me back up. There are some efforts to try to get some clarity on what that phrase means. So there's some lobbying currently going on for corrective legislation that we're hoping will provide some guidance. There are also perhaps some judicial interpretations that will be forthcoming as well as a result of some legal action that's been filed regarding this act. So in the meantime, we do have to live with the act as it stands today. And so we have gone through the legal department in conjunction with staff and identified things that you all have either adopted since August 1st of 2024 or have pending or proposed at this time. So in a few minutes, Dana will come up and she will, Dana Crosby Collier with the legal department, and she will, in this order, I believe, go through the Ybor City parking lot regulations that council adopted in early August of 2024, the 2024, July 2024 cycle of Land Development Code text amendments, which are currently pending in front of council. You all have had a number of workshops on them. They have been to the Planning Commission, and now they would just be coming back for you for final consideration and adoption. Then the next kind of area that Dana will discuss is the July 2025 cycle of Land Development Code text amendments. And so with that, I will ask Dana to come up, and she can, and I'm happy to answer any questions generally on Senate Bill 180 if you have, or on any of the items that Dana will address.
And I've reconsidered my idea of making this a chair motion. I think I need a motion and a second to combine these items. Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Vera, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office. I'll be joined on the July 24 and July 25 cycles. I'll be joined by Eric Cotton. But first, we're going to discuss the Ybor parking ordinance that Ms. Johnson-Velez just mentioned. I wanted to just show you the timeline, and I hope I get this right. Inevitably. Okay, great. So August 1, 2024 was the Senate Bill 180 retroactive effective date. As you recall, Ybor parking was removed from the January 2024 cycle and went on its own. So all of our January 2024 amendments were adopted prior to August 1st, which is the good news. On September 5th, you all adopted the changes to the Ybor parking ordinance. These changes had an effective date of October 15th. And in May of this year, Senate Bill 180 passed both chambers, was later signed by the governor, and once the governor signed Senate Bill 180, the city ceased enforcing the Ybor parking ordinance because of the requirements in the Ybor parking ordinance that had been adopted in September of 5th. So what we have done, because we know that this is we have received a letter of complaint from an attorney in the city asking us to cease enforcing our Ybor parking ordinance, and we recognized that we needed to give it another look. So we have prepared a draft ordinance for you all just to have for your information at this time. And essentially what we've done is restored the requirement that parking lots are staffed. However, we've removed that they must have a security guard. We removed the requirement for principal use parking lot operators to submit an annual operation and security plan. And we're reverting to CA's approvals being done by the BLC administrator from the, in the new ordinance, they would all go to the BLC board. But under the previous ordinance, they went to the administrator. Also, we have reverted the landscape and buffer requirements in the proposed document before you to previous standards that existed prior to August 1 of last year. And just so you understand, as we go forward and start talking about our July cycle amendments, this ordinance would still need your blessing. It will need to go to the Planning Commission for their evaluation, and then it would come back to you for 2 readings as normal. But just so you understand, there's no, number 7 would have been our usual 5-minute report on monitoring parking compliance. However, as I mentioned, we haven't been enforcing that since July 1. Go ahead.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thanks. This is the first time I've heard that you haven't been enforcing this since July.
Since the act went into effect and we received complaints, not really complaints, but discussion from the community on the impact of Senate Bill 180 on these new requirements. The community that we heard from and the attorneys we heard from said that these new requirements were more burdensome and restrictive.
I'm really surprised that no one reached out to me about this particular one, because this is one, I mean, we had a meeting that just talked about all of this, but I was not aware of the fact that we stopped doing this in July. I do not support pulling this back. I think if we want to simply put it on hold the way we've done the others, but I mean, we worked really hard on this, and I am very concerned that this is going to put our police back in the exact same place before, where they're going to have to be responsible for things that happen on private property.
So Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. So thank you, Councilwoman, for those comments. But what Section 28 of the Act does is make any proposed or adopted land development code text amendment that is more restrictive or burdensome void ab initio. And what that term means is void from the outset, as if it never existed. So unfortunately, because this was something that council actually adopted after the retroactive date under this Senate bill, we can't just table it. We do have to take some remedial action. It's not something that we can just
You know-
table. And any attempt to maintain it, I think, would be deemed void from the outset just by virtue of the language of the legislation.
And what are the consequences of it being voided without taking action?
I mean, I think those sections of.
So so we've already, we're not enforcing it. So what
Correct.
if we just had status quo?
Well, the status quo, I believe, would.
We have an ordinance, but we're not enforcing it, so status quo until this is,
Yeah.
Okay, so the way the language is written, it says that it's void from the moment it was enacted. So it doesn't give you, or any of us in the state of Florida, actually every county and every city is impacted by this, which is why there's such a zealous effort to try to get it corrected and tightened. What it means is that you cannot enforce something because it's now void. So it goes.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so why take legislative action? Why not just go with status quo of non-enforcement?
Oh, because when people come to our city or move to our city or come to visit our city, or they're trying to figure out how they're gonna operate in a certain section of the city, they go to our code, which is codified on Muni Code, and they look at our code regulations. So anytime there's something like this that happens, the cleanest thing to do is remove it from the books at this time, and then bring it back if and when this legislation is corrected or overturned by a court of faith.
Yeah, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have a lot of laws and codes on the books that we don't necessarily follow to the T already, because this is the way we've always done it. And I don't see a problem with just simply leaving this. I would not support taking this back. I would support just having it there and not, I mean, if we haven't been following this, then I think we just leave it, especially because we have, there has been legal action that is taken on this. I don't believe that in any case, anything we should do should pull stuff back. I think we need to wait until legal action has been, I mean, everything's gone through the cycle. I mean, if you've already said we're not enforcing it, then we're not enforcing it.
We're going to place.
Councilman
I'm
Carlson
sorry.
wants to add something.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Today, you all may have a list of these things, but today you may have a list of these items that are affected by this, but I think it would be helpful if you all sent us a memo informing us about it, and also if you all sent something to the media and/or the community to let them know. You know, we've got representatives of Ybor here today who worked really hard to get this passed, and we on City Council who worked with them, we didn't even know until just now that it's not being implemented. And so I think there's a communication gap there. But the second thing is that if you, if your interpretation of law is that we have to remove it as if it didn't exist, we can make a motion if we need to, but I think we need like a parking place for it. Not, maybe it's not in the Muni Code, but we need a parking place so we don't lose that language that was all negotiated with the community. But the other thing is, is there a simple cure like to change the effective date beyond the 3 years?
That is something that has been discussed and debated. The problem is there's another section to Senate Bill 180 called Section 18, and it will impose these requirements forward if there's another storm in our area. So we did discuss that as an option, just to push out the effective date until October 2nd, 2027. But because of Senate Bill 180's Section 18 provision, that wasn't such a good idea. As far as going to modify the language, we're trying to salvage a lot of, if we don't have language that allows our BLC administrator to review these, we can no longer take them to the BLC commission because that's more burdensome. So there would be no law in our books that would work for our daily duties to take care of this.
Yeah, just back to the communication thing. We should know, but the public needs to know about all of these, just like the federal mandates that are preempting us. Just because there are a lot of people in the community who worked really hard on various things that we developed, and we probably ought to find some uniform way to send out communication from the legal department on all of that.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
If I just maybe
Thank you.
before-
Hold on,
no
Councilwoman
problem.
Hurtak, hold on 1 second.
So,
Okay.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So our approach with this particular legislation, which again, council did adopt and is now part of the Land Development Code after the effective date of Senate Bill 180, is to try to save what we can that is not more restrictive or more burdensome, and not just repeal the entire section wholesale. So that's what we've tried to do, is kind of take a scalpel and save the things that we can in light of particularly what Councilman Carlson just alluded to, the fact the significant amount of work and time and effort that went into this particular code section and moving it forward. So, but I did want to bring one other portion of this legislation to your attention, that we have already, as Dana alluded to, received a letter from an attorney in Tampa asserting that this legislation is more restrictive and more burdensome and violates Senate Bill 180. And that is a prerequisite to someone being able to file a lawsuit against the city and notifying us, which this attorney has already done, of the impact and their belief that this is more burdensome or more restrictive. And so once that notification is given, then we have 14 days to withdraw or revoke the action at issue or the legislation at issue or declare it void. And if we fail to do that, then a lawsuit may be brought against the city, and a plaintiff in that lawsuit, if they're successful, may be awarded attorney's fees. So just want to make sure everyone understands what we're working under again, and why we're proposing what we're proposing, particularly with regard to this this section of the code.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. So when did they give us that letter?
August 7th.
So that was way more than 14 days ago.
And our response was that we are going to discuss it at this workshop, the impacts of Senate Bill 180, and that there's no way humanly possible that any city can, because we have to have 2 hearings on everything, any city can adopt an ordinance to change the current code in 14 days. Especially we have to go to the Planning Commission as well. So the city attorney responded to the author of the initial letter on August 14th, just advising that we were going to discuss this today, and that we do not have time to repeal or amend the ordinance within the 14-day period, but we are going to discuss it and ask for further direction.
My other question is, this was simply something that the police asked us to do for public safety.
Mm-hmm.
This is not really, it's got some code things about fences and whatnot, but this is truly a public safety issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the problem we're facing. It's the problem a lot of cities and counties are facing. There are issues that are not at all related to emergency management that have gotten caught in this crosshair. We've got land development code amendments that are being sued about in other counties. We have comp plan amendments that have to do with rural boundaries. That has nothing to do with emergency management. So there is a lawsuit that has been filed by 20 cities and counties to challenge the law, to seek to have clarity. And then there's also Orange County is being sued, and Manatee County currently, for their comp plan amendments, which were adopted shortly after August 1st. So they're vigorously defending that. And legislatively, the League of Cities and I believe the Association of Counties are pushing to have this language clarified so that it's abundantly clear that this would only apply to emergency management response and not things like public safety or other incidental land development regs.
And
Are we a part of any of those legal challenges?
No. We are not a part of any of the legal challenges. We are working with the League of Cities. In fact, they're having a committee meeting tomorrow, a policy meeting, and this language will be discussed at the League of Cities committee meeting tomorrow. I'll be there.
And Councilwoman.
Okay,
Oh.
'cause I think this is one of those things that I will not support this being rescinded. I'm happy to say that we won't, but it's just, if this was an actual land development issue, I could see. But this is public safety, and we simply cannot pull back on public safety. This is something that the police had asked us to work on for years.
Okay, hold on one second. Go ahead.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department, and yes, we understand that, Councilwoman Hurtak, unfortunately, this provision is housed in the Land Development Code, and that is, part of what this Senate bill directly addresses is any amendment to land development regulations, which can't be more restrictive or more burdensome. So even though.
So is there somewhere else we could put it in our laws?
Well, that's something that we can discuss. I think that's beyond the purview of our discussion this morning, and we can certainly take a look at that. But for right now, we think that the section as it exists today it needs to be modified in order to comply with this Senate bill or the
So
restrictions.
one, this is a workshop, so obviously no action is going to be taken on this today anyway. But kind of going on what Councilwoman Hurtak said. So we have a Senate bill that conflicts with this ordinance that was put in the Land Development Code.
All the way around.
Yeah, okay, sorry, yeah. So according, what I heard you say was that it specifically said that basically everything retroactive to that is null and void. So that's the law that we have today.
Correct.
So we have a law in ink only, but not in action. So what is the jeopardy of the city of just staying status quo, that because we have something that preempted us, the law is on the books, but it's been preempted, we just leave it alone until this expires?
Well, the law as it's currently written, even though it does deem any attempt to propose or adopt a law that's more burdensome or restrictive, and it deems it void ab initio, which again means void from the start as if it were never adopted, there is also the law as written today. Senate Bill 180 allows a private party to challenge that and request that we rescind it or undo it or declare it void. And if we fail to do that, then they could bring a lawsuit, and we could be subject to payment of attorney's fees if they're successful in that.
So if this council was to make pass a motion basically declaring that this is preempted by SB 180 until such and such a date, and there won't be any enforcement action, but we leave this in place.
Mm-hmm.
Can we do that?
You have nothing. At that point,
Well,
27,
that was going to ask you, what are the
178.
consequences?
Yeah, at
of,
that point, 27, 178, we probably add a footnote in Municode that it's not enforced until.
so it's the wild west in parking.
So then parking, yeah, then there's no regulation on parking.
So that's the problem, Councilwoman Hurtak. If we don't do it, this null and voids the entire ordinance, and if we don't have a replacement, it's the wild west.
Just think of when you go to a section of code and you open it up and it says reserved. That's what 27, 178 will effectively be for now. Because we won't be able to go back.
I'm terrible at reading lips. Ask Shelby.
Abby Feely, then the code will be silent.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
So by asking you to consider restoring what we had prior to and putting back what we had, at least we had something.
Some regulations.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. I didn't get it when we started, but I get it now.
So, Chair?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So what I would request is that in the meantime, I would like staff, and I can work with staff to figure out a date for them to come back and figure out where we can put the safety and security portion somewhere else in our laws. Because that's the biggest issue. That is what the police have asked us for help with. The safety and security of people on private parking lots in Ybor.
She's making notes as we speak. So what I'm hearing is that we're going to have to move forward on this, so staff would have to bring this to and put it on our agenda for action.
Yes, sir. What we would do is bring to you the request that we take it to the Planning Commission. As you may or may not know, I had a robust discussion with the Planning Commission a little while back about Senate Bill 180, so the staff has agreed that we can waive the briefing portion and move straight to the Planning Commission hearing, since they're familiar with this Senate Bill 180 issue as well. And that would cut the time down a little bit so we can get it back to you more quickly for your first and second reading.
And worst case scenario, all the work that's gone into this will be retained, and we can start, when this
Yeah.
expires, or we get better clarification from Tallahassee,
Yeah.
that we'll be able to.
I don't,
Maybe we'll get clarification prior to us getting through all this.
Well-
Councilwoman Hurtak, go ahead.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think we shorten it. I think we go through the normal process, because if you go through the normal process, ideally, by the time the process is done, we may have some answers, because legislative session is in January of this year. It's earlier.
Yes.
And so I don't see a reason that we need to shortcut anything. I think we just simply go by the normal procedures.
And staff?
Yes, we have, at this point in time, we really have nothing on the books that we can enforce in Section 27-178, which is why we were looking at expediting. We also discussed if something does happen, like a court challenge is successful by the counties or cities, which is highly unlikely in a short period of time, or we see some momentum in the legislature of language to correct and narrow this language in Senate Bill 180, we could always pull that product that you're looking at right now. We can just pull it off consideration and go back to the code that we have it, right, that we had on July 31st.
So make sure I understand this. So currently, right now, the code exists in the words are in our code. It's just not enforceable. You move through this process of replacing this ordinance with the substitute ordinance. If by chance SB 180 is further clarified that allows our current code, nothing, status quo. You just pull, you pull the process on this new stuff, but the black and white that's in our code right now remains, and we start enforcing it.
That's
Okay.
exactly right.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
That's how we foresee it, yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Hurtak, did
Thank
you have anything
you.
else? Was that it? Okay, good.
Nope.
Okay, you guys can continue.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Eric now to introduce July 2024 cycle, which has been in the works for a very long time, but contains some elements that we wanted to call your attention to. We'll turn it over to him. He's going to take each item up individually so you can consider it and give direction, and I'll be right here to assist.
Thank you.
I could get the presentation, please. Or I can start with just paper. Okay, well, let me just start.
CTTV, can you, there you go.
I'll
Thank
just,
you.
okay, here we go. Again, Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. This is the July 2024 cycle, which, as you just heard the discussion on Senate Bill 180, this was scheduled to move forward in September, October of last year, but Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Is that the wrong one? Oh, this is the 2025. I need the 2024. Has the wrong date on it.
CTTV, we need a different
today?
cycle. Thank you.
I can start with
Yes.
paper if it's, just to get started. Let me just start with the let me just start this way and I'll switch as it comes time.
Yeah, sure.
Ready?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, so this is the, as council knows, none of this information is new. Y'all have seen this more than once going through this cycle. Again, 2 cycles per year. Oh, here we go. 2 cycles per year. And we're on the current cycle is the July 2024 cycle. We'll be introducing the July 2025 cycle momentarily. Text amendments are initiated by the zoning administrator or by city council. So these were the council-initiated text amendments. I will go through these one by one. Recommendation is for you to take into consideration what you just heard Dana and Susan discuss. And what we're asking is whether or not council feels these should be moving forward back. So let me just give you a little bit of background. So these went to the Planning Commission already. The Planning Commission had their findings of consistency. And now we're going, what we did tell council, I mean, tell the Planning Commission, due to Senate Bill 180, we were going to come back to council on a workshop date to discuss these and then get direction from council on which ones we're going to move forward for first reading sometime in, I guess it'll be in October. So the first one was a petition for review request. This was 2761. And this one, council made the motion to remove, basically removing the hearing officer. So all petitions for review would go straight to city council. We'd skip over the planning commission. Last week you had that discussion regarding the, discussion whether or not they could be heard at all when they got to council. The addition to this would require council would then, or probably the council's attorney, to prepare a written order for council to adopt within 30 days of the motion of finding whether, to uphold the decision of the zoning administrator or to overturn the decision of the zoning administrator. The planning commission. No, council, yes.
Yeah, no,
On the original one, yes, council
understand.
moved all
We
these
understand.
along, yeah.
Okay, so today we just really want to talk about whether or not you want them on your agenda for adoption next month.
In light of SB 180.
Correct.
So, I don't know if council wants to then give us direction one at a time, like this is the whole slide for this one.
Well, my question is it legal's opinion that any of these fall within the burdensome category?
Yes,
Or
Dana-
are they just administrative and clarifications?
Dana Crosby Collier. We have gone through them all very, very, very critically, and some do appear to impose be more burdensome upon the public.
Eric, can we go back one slide to get there we go, thank you.
Many of them are debatable as to whether they would be or not. But what I propose to do when we do come back to you with an ordinance, we're going to come back with separate ordinances. That way, in case one is thrown out in court, we won't throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. We'll still have the bulk of our July cycle. So in that regard, this ordinance 2761 would come forward as a standalone ordinance. We've heard debates on both sides that this is more burdensome and that it's not more burdensome. So it was a subject of debate, in fact, at the Planning Commission. So it's entirely up to the council if you'd like to move forward with this particular ordinance, and I would prepare it separately. Just remember that once it's done, we won't be able to undo it very easily because, again, it could be considered to be more burdensome to now have people go to the hearing officer, whereas now it's an option. They can go to hearing officer, they can come to you. In some cases, they have to go to the hearing officer. If you remove that option and then reinstate it, it might be deemed to be more burdensome.
Wow.
I know, it's been very interesting the last, since he signed the law.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you had something?
Yes, is there a way that we could just leave it as an option to go to city council and then we can clarify it after SB 180 makes their clarifications?
Well, that would be status quo, right?
No, right now it has to go to a hearing officer.
Well, with our language we passed, but it hasn't gone through, the current procedure is it has to, correct?
So,
or they have the option.
So Eric Hahn, Development Coordination, right now in the code, if you do a formal decision, which is sort of what you heard last week, a formal decision has to go to a hearing officer first.
Right.
That's how the code was originated back in 2009 or 2010. Other processes, appeals of the Variance Review Board, appeals of the BLC, appeals of design exceptions, they have the option right now in the code. They can either go to a hearing officer and then go through that same process and get in front of city council after the hearing officer makes their recommendation, or they can go straight to city council.
So it seems like for that particular item, there's not that much jeopardy of remaining status quo.
So we can just, yeah. So these, if I'm correct, these four are the ones that we should just put on the shelf for now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Anything
Well, then-
anything that you all ask us to not proceed with at this time, we are going to keep it, and it's in a folder, and it's prepared language, and we're ready to roll, and we'll come back with it whenever we're clear for Tallahassee.
I think this council could reach a consensus on that. Anybody?
Well, okay,
anybody-
first of all, if I could ask CCTV to move the closed captioning, because I can't read what's on the bottom.
Okay,
The last
CCTV,
one.
can you move
But
closed
is
captioning
what
to the
you're
top
saying,
for?
these four
Oh, no,
are
not all
ones-
four. No, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt, but not all four, just number one.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
That's what I thought, because I can't see the bottom one. Oh, there. Build two-line clarification. That's
Yeah.
right. We said that one was okay.
Right.
Okay, yeah, if you could just go through, because I think we don't have a problem with postponing them or put them on a shelf if you want us to. In the interest of time, if you just tell us which ones we should put on a shelf.
Oh, I was
think we're
assuming
all
that you were
at this
asking us
point
to put
okay
them
with
all on the
that?
shelf. You don't,
No, not all of
okay,
them.
okay, then go ahead. Which ones do you believe conflict with SB 180?
So as we reviewed this cycle, there were a couple that we had heard complaints about. The second one is 27-150. This is the city council initiated amendment that would no longer allow the zoning administrator to waive the resubmittal period within the period of 1 year if something changes, the plan, the property ownership, whatnot. We heard that could be perceived as more burdensome since people can't come back for a full year from the date of denial. Chairman Clendenin, you were the spearhead on the driveway length motion and garage size. As you know, I think you've heard it too. We've heard from the community that some of those provisions are more burdensome. For example, extending the driveway length to an ADU from 15 to 18 feet.
Ironically, it actually is more liberal because it gives people more options.
We
but, yeah.
definitely worked with the language, Eric and I, to clarify in the code that it would be an option in lieu of the driveway parking, but we still heard that it could be more burdensome for alley access as well. So it's up to you all how you want to proceed with that one. Number 4, Councilmember Hurtak, that's the one you couldn't see for the CC. It's Build 2 line clarification in Seminole Heights. And we're very comfortable moving forward with this one because it's clarifying and it's something that we've found that we have a need to do. So we have no qualms at all on that one. Moving on now, Eric's going to take us to our staff-initiated amendments.
Okay, can we stop there? Because on the garage size thing, it's interesting because we've actually had, on the premise of this code, we've had a couple of issues. We passed and allowed them to build to basically what this new standard would be when we've had PD. So, I mean, I think the developers that are listening now would say that some of these projects that we've now passed, we wouldn't be passing because they would not be conforming with the existing code. Is that, I mean,
In regards to the.
they're not accommodating the 2 cars inside the garage.
Yes, sir.
That's what the current code is. We wouldn't be able to do these single-car garages anymore, correct?
Well, under the code, you can still do a single-car garage. The goal is to have 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit on the property. So as long as there's 18 feet between the property line and the entrance to the garage door, you could have a single-car garage with a car parked inside and a car parked behind.
I thought it was brief that if it required two parking spots, it was required to be garaged.
If you're doing a townhome development, that is a requirement in our code now.
That's what I'm saying,
But there's
yeah.
waivers to that, and administratively, we can waive some of that stuff, or people can ask city council through the PD process, case-by-case basis on whether or not they're compliant with the
I don't know,
code.
man. Be careful what you ask for. You want to overturn this stuff, man, you can come back and build a 2-car garage. It's like, you know, for the people that are champion this SB 180 is this, you know, blank around and find out.
Okay, so we've just looked at the first 4. As mentioned, 2761 review, 27150 final decision, 27156 driveway length and garage size. The 4th one was the Seminole Heights, which again is one that we would like to move forward with at this time. So we would like to hear your recommendations on those 4.
Councilman Maniscalco.
So I suggest that for the first 3, we put them in a folder, and when we get clarification, we're ready to go to make a decision, that we move forward on the Build 2 line clarification.
Second.
If you feel comfortable with that.
So we're not making motions, we just reach consensus. We can make a motion on these? Oh, really? Okay. So I've got a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to set
Second.
aside items 1, 2, and 3 for the time being, and
If you can, for the purposes of the record, and it being this is audio taped as well, if you could name the sections that you're referring to, or if you want to, you have this if you want to cite to it in a page in the record, but.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you can do that.
Section 2761 regarding review, Section 27150 regarding final decision by City Council, Section 27-156 and numerous others, 27-283.10, 27-283.17, that's proposed to be new, and 27-290 regarding driveway length and garage size. And the fourth one is
Well, we'll stop right there. So on those three items, I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it unanimously. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much, and we'll keep that, like I said, that language will be safe with us. We're moving on.
Should we set a date for an update on it, or do we just rely on them?
Well,
to-
it'll be until, we don't know, because it's to be determined whenever they make a decision on the.
But otherwise, it could just sit in a folder on a desk, so.
Yeah, because until that 27 date, because that'll be the.
Or until the code, or until the law's updated or a
Right.
lawsuit
But I mean, it's a
clarifies
to be
it.
determined, because there's too many variables in this, right?
There are a lot of variables right now.
Okay, continue. Oh, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Chair,
Councilwoman.
then I move to forward the Bill 2 line clarification.
I'm sorry, can you state that again?
I move to forward the Bill 2 line clarification, section 2743, 27-211 of Seminole Heights.
Do we need that, because it's already been forwarded? We do?
Go ahead, just so we're clear in the
Okay,
record.
so we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, and moving on, we're going to the staff-initiated amendments now, and would you like me just to go through those we recommend you shelve, or would you like, I guess now we've set a precedent, we'll go ahead and go quickly through them all.
Yes.
2760 was an alternative design exception document that Eric worked on extensively. It would have made all the design exceptions the same, so that would increase notice. It would also increase the notice period. This one, along with some site plan requirements for DE applications, which was included in the packet that we took to the Planning Commission, we believe those would be more burdensome and should be tabled for now.
No, the same thing was good.
No, that's for BA.
So all these items that you're going to present now,
Just
you
DE,
recommend tabling? Or
That-
setting aside?
That first block. 2760 alternative design exception.
I have a motion to put this on hold, as we've already talked about on the other item, section 27-60 alternative design exception until there's clarification.
So we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to set aside section 2760, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Oh, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yeah, I don't think we meant to set the entire section aside.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's just that item.
The amendment to 2760.
Just the amendment to 27.
Okay,
So
because somebody
clarification.
said
that-
set the whole thing aside. I wanted to make sure that was not the
I'll
case.
clarify
no,
the
ma'am, it's
amendment
just- yeah.
to
Thank you.
27-60 alternative design exception, that it be put on hold until further clarification.
Okay, just to amend, for clarification purposes, the motion is to amend, is to set aside the amended portion of section 2760
Thank
alternate
you.
design exception. We have
Thank
a
you.
motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak.
The next five I'm going to run through really quickly. We do recommend you keep in your cycle, so I was just going to package them together for you. Section 2771 will allow us to codify site plan requirements for VRB applications. We took it straight from the application. Believe it or not, there was another bill that passed this year, Senate Bill 1080, that requires us to be very clear on our applications what we want. So we had started already to work to codify the VRB requirements in code so that it's abundantly clear. And when I create your ordinance, I will reference that section of law as in your findings that this is not more burdensome or unreasonable. The second one is a cleanup, 27118, approvals by an ARC administrator. Right now in the code, for some reason, it has it coming to you all. If Dennis denies something, it comes to you all. This is a cleanup. It will go to the ARC board, which makes more sense. That's how we do it in the BLC. Special use criteria, 27132. This is something that will help give some flexibility to the community as they use their extended family residences. For example, if I'm an owner and I want to live in the small house out back and my family wants to live in the front, we can do that. There'll be other flexibility allowed for people who occupy the properties. They still have to report once a year as to whether or not that's their family living on site.
So can I get a motion to?
I have two more if you
Oh,
want
you
me
got
to.
two, okay, go ahead.
27-284-33 landscape area and tree planting requirements. This is a use-to-use buffer cleanup. At this current time, we have a 15-foot buffer for residential property when it abuts a commercial. If that's an error in the code, the commercial property should bear the buffer. So that's a cleanup. And then 27-290.6, air conditioning and pool equipment. We're adding generators, generator stands, other things like that that are just coming into the 20th century in our code.
So can I get a motion to forward the staff-initiated text amendments previously discussed? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
so that was the first set, that's moving on. So the next one that's on here, the elimination is 27-156, the elimination of the footnote. That footnote right now allows people to move their house on the property if they're protecting a grand tree. People have been using, some builders have been using that. Even if the tree is at the rear property line, the 20 feet is already provided for the protective radius. They will still make the argument that by under this code, you can reduce your front yard if you're saving a tree. So they will still want to move their house forward, keep the same 20-foot setback in the rear, but move their house forward, basically picking up, a couple hundred square feet of development in the front. This is an administrative process. It's done through the building permit process. It's not done as part of a separate design exception. The provision was going to remove this from the code and allow it make it go through a design exception or a variance. But again, we've heard this is going to be considered more burdensome on a builder or an applicant by removing that administrative process that's been in the code by right for the past probably about 10, 15 years.
That sounds crazy, that was an interpretation. And is that a successful interpretation? Are they able to actually get away with that?
The code just has language in if you're saving a specimen or a protected or grand tree, you get to move your house forward, but it doesn't say you're moving the whole house forward. The interpretation historically has been you get to move it to the side yard, you could pick up an extra foot on the side, or you could pick up a couple of feet in the front.
Wow, who made that interpretation? Are they still with the city?
They have since left the city of Tampa.
Oh, man, okay.
So that one we would recommend you hold off on. And then the 27-284.2.5, it's a permit for a grand tree removal. We had added language in the cycle early on that an arborist report would be completed prior to the quasi-judicial hearing. We did talk to our arborist, the city's arborist, and we did talk about adding upon request to give it some flexibility. So we could feel comfortable moving on with 284.2.5 F1B with the upon request language, and if someone doesn't want to do it, then they would object at that time, or we can shelve that one. That's one that we feel like we could go either way on. But definitely on the 156 footnote 7, we would ask you to hold on off on that.
What are the consequences of shelving it? What would we actually see here?
The code wouldn't change. What we have in the code right now, I can fast forward to that section.
When we looked at this one, we also looked at Senate Bill 1080, which requires us to be very clear in our code what we need on applications. So, we were trying to balance Senate Bill 180, but not be more restrictive or burdensome, and that's why we have been working and tweaking with this one. This one's been pretty problematic.
So you see the strike through is what's in the code now.
So you want to have a motion to forward this item? So we have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
And the other item, we need a
that
motion.
went to 27-156 as well. Councilman Miranda, the tree.
The forward that item.
Oh, forward.
The
forward. Okay.
27-284-2.5 F1B.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
27.8,
Oh.
25,
Well, this is it.
27-284.3.3, and to 90.6.
No, this is just on that one, right? We're just doing the one
Yeah,
for now?
I misunderstood you, sir. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to hold on the permit for grand tree removal. So
So we-
I misunderstood you.
so-
You're good.
So we're good with that?
Yes, all you
Okay.
need now is 27-156, table 4-2, footnote 7. That's the,
Right, so, but the clerk wanted clarification of, so can you read for the clarification of what the one we just forwarded?
yes, you forwarded 27-284.2.5.F1B.
Right, thank you. Got that? Okay, and then we want to table the footnote from, number 7, was it 7? Yes, footnote 7.
This is
Or
27.
set aside footnote 7. Can we get a motion to set aside footnote 7?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed?
Awesome.
The ayes have it unanimously, thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. We have just a very, very brief July cycle for 2025. A lot of it is Florida statute conforming, actually.
So, based on your motions today, the July 2024 cycle should appear back before council either October or November for first reading.
Okay, thank you.
And now, if I could get
If you could state specifically which, which PowerPoint presentation you want for CTTV.
oh, yeah, the July 2025 cycle.
July 25 cycle, and that would be for item number 20, I'm sorry, item number, is that 8?
7,
Or 9, I'm sorry, 9?
there we go.
Is it 9?
That's it. So
Okay,
again,
we got
same.
it, good, thank you.
Same, process, council initiated or staff initiated, 2 cycles a year. We're on the July 2025 cycle. So, this is a tentative processing time frame. Today is September. What council directs us to move forward, we'll have public engagement meetings in November and December. Come February, we'll be back to council to transmit the language to the planning commission, and then hopefully have this wrapped up sometime, midsummer. So this was council initiated language for 27-283.6, which is the off-site parking, which was to specify the length of a lease. Right now, the code is silent on how long a lease is. By practice, the legal department has been asking for 10 years. This arose off of a BLC case. And the other one that's on here is the movement of the CBD boundaries and the changes to the channel district. Again, this is just the first one is specifying the length of the lease and notifying the city if a lease is canceled or not, if a lease is canceled, letting staff know. For these, and I'll let Dana correct me if I'm wrong, because these are just conceptual in nature, there's probably no violation of was there Senate Bill 180, but not really, because it's conceptual, and hopefully by the time these get through the whole process, that'll hopefully be resolved by the state, so.
Because they won't be lawed until we're resolved, hopefully.
Fingers are crossed.
We could hold 27-283.6 for now, as we are with some of the others in the July 2024 cycle, and bring it back. We believe that, we've heard some debate that this would be more burdensome since it's specifying a length of the lease. We agree 100% it needs to be cleaned up. We just don't believe right now is the right time. But this, like Eric said, this one has a long future ahead of it, and we can always add it back in. It's
Okay.
just for right now
So
at
your
this
recommendation
point.
is to set it aside?
No, it'll be in it'll be in our folder.
Okay, so so can I get a motion to set aside section 27-283.6?
27-283.6.
Do we have to really set it aside? This is, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the amendment part of it?
Yeah, we'll set it aside for now because of the proposer adopt.
We're good with that motion?
Okay, and then
Yeah, so legal, are we good with this? Go forward with this motion?
you're good to go.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco. I believe it was a second from Councilman Carlson. Is that right?
Yes, second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
So the next one was a good council-initiated text amendment, which was changing the boundaries of the CBD, from the central business district, sliding it over to Channel Side Drive. And then anything from Meridian to Channel Side would be part of the CBD. Staff, I believe Ms. Feely has spoken with the maker of the motion, Councilman Carlson. What we're recommending is actually changing the table to make maximum height equivalent of aviation authority in the Channel District as well as the downtown or the CBD. The only thing that has changed in there was a text amendment that was going through the process to increase the FAR for bonus in the Channel District to 10.5. That was rejected by the state, if my understanding is correctly. The Department of Economic Opportunity for the state said no. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Council, thank you.
No,
This is the
Abby
one we're going to
Feely.
debate tonight, right?
So, yes, so, couple things. So we're here just talking about the concepts this morning. As you know, this is our concept meeting. Are you on board? Are you not on board? Where are we with this? But when we set this up to bring to you today, even in concept, that privately initiated amendment, and I know Mr. Stoltenberg is here behind us to speak on this, that was tentatively coming before you. It came before you. It went to the state. The state did find that increasing density or intensity in the coastal high hazard area is inconsistent with the code, and they recommend not adopting it. So I think part of this amendment is going to depend on the action you take tonight when that amendment comes back before you and you take official action on it. What we did do on this, in this concept, is go ahead and update the heights as directed to now be FAA HCAA. And our thought, and Eric has a hard copy, no, on the line, if I can switch to the Wolf a minute, on the line below that for the FAR, as we discussed a few months ago, was to where it says 3.5, if the 10.5 passed, you would have 3.5, and then you would have a slash and it would say 10.5, and the 10.5 would have a footnote that spoke to the area that goes with the amendment. We can, given that we're here in concept and you're gonna take action later this evening, we can then work on that depending on where that action goes. But we wanted to show you part one was increase the height as was desired. And number two will be to adjust the FAR based on the action that council would take this evening.
So I think conceptually just saying, agreeing that this table amendment is the direction of council.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd rather put it, I mean, I've read the argument that the applicant for tonight put in. I would rather just put it at the maximum density and then argue it out with the state, because tonight, if we vote for it, we're gonna have to argue it out with the state.
But this would still be supplemental to that discussion, because we're just amending that table with the height.
But it would automatically come in because it would be adopted tonight.
Yes, depending on the action taken tonight, if it's approved, then we will go ahead and make that modification.
But if it's not adopted tonight, we'd still have this on the table.
Correct.
And I know you said this, but just to make sure, it clearly is the eastern border is Channelside Drive, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, just
And
wanted to
then, just to echo what Eric said for a moment, in regard to moving the CBD line and putting that, we had agreed that we would put that in the code update because we would need to have prioritization of the street typologies and all those things that CBD has that then allows it to go through the DDR process, which were the other two items that were tied to that.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Feely. This is something that we've been trying to do for several years, and finally you put together some solutions. So, and I know working with staff, so thank you for doing that. Do we have public comment on this or not?
Yeah, we're gonna have public comment on all
I
this.
think we
when
have
this is
just
done.
a few,
I have
a few more.
4 more, again, conceptual in nature.
Okay. No, we just kind of like agreed that that's probably a good, we kind of unanimously agreed that that was a right direction, right, for the table? That's just capturing what they've already received from council, as far as, they've already received that guidance from council, that's just putting it in that table. Is that correct?
Right, so
Yeah.
we're kind of running things together today, but right now we're here on the conceptual of the July 25 cycle. That's where we are in this discussion. We normally just get a yay or a nay from you on, yep, we want to see that fleshed out further, the language developed, and then it goes to the public information sessions. And then we bring you back the actual language when we come back, like we did today already on July 24 cycle.
So again, so conceptually, changing that table And now it'll still be there for the FAA, HCAA height limitations, but then tonight when we have the discussion about FARs and density and development, so that'll be a separate discussion, but it won't negate this table information.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, continue.
So the next is a couple of staff-initiated text amendments. Article 2, Division 8 is the subdivision requirements for the city of Tampa. The state has changed the subdivision language over 2024 and 2023, 2024, 2025 legislative cycles. So this is just a comprehensive update to the subdivision regulations. The next one, right now in the code, 27-16 is the special street setbacks. They've been in the code for probably 60 years. We have talked with mobility. They don't see a need for it anymore. It had to do with the reservation of rights-of-way on different corridors. Mobility has indicated that it's not, the expansion of roads is not the goal of mobility anymore. The goal of mobility is to have micro-mobility, different mobility aspects, not just making roads bigger and wider. So that's the proposal, is to remove that section.
Yeah, this I think we need to have more discussion about.
Yeah.
That's fine. I would just add to that, Abby Feely, I would just add to that. We have a conflict with this in a lot of places, specifically the overlay districts, where it says, bring the buildings up to the street, but then the special street setback says, leave the buildings back here.
Right.
So the way we're procedurally handling it right now, it is in conflict, and we are aware of that, and that's why this has come forward. So like on Kennedy, if you put the building in the build-to zone at 5 feet, but the special street back says it has to be at 25 feet for potential future expansion of Kennedy, they're then getting like a hold harmless and a from the property owner that basically the city has to come along then and take your building because we're using the street setback, or they put a waiver into you. So there's some inconsistencies in the code. We did have 2 meetings with mobility. We're happy to have a further discussion about it. I think I have 2 projects I know of right now, one on Cass Street that's going, what are we doing? Because we don't want to invest all this money to put the building there, but then have to sign a waiver to the city to say, oh, well, if you need to come and take our building, we're okay with that. So we're trying to right a wrong.
The wholesale application kind of concerns
Yes.
me. I mean,
That's why when the idea would be, we're not using them anymore. And we did check this with Brandon and Adam, and we're happy to do another information session on it in between now and when the actual amendment would come. But I think it would be really helpful to clean this up.
I think I'd like to go through street by street almost.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is the electric vehicle language that's in our code. It's in 272.12 parens L. The state has preempted us from regulating EVs. So this would just be removing it from our code.
And do you need direction on that?
Are we doing these one at a
This is all
time?
conceptual. I don't know if you need to, at this point, this is
Just letting us know what you're working
conceptual,
on.
and if there's anything you want to take out, you'd say, no, don't move forward with that. Other than that, we'll start going through the process that we normally do on all these,
So
on a
just
typical
counsel, you
cycle.
speak up if there's something that you object to.
What was it? This is something new in the state. This is a requirement that the city start adding certified recovery residences. So we have to add it to the definition, the table, and we're going to add some new language in 27.282, which is a special use criteria. Certified recovery residences, as it's defined up there, holds a valid certificate of compliance and is managed by a certified recovery residence administrator. This is now a new, there's 4 levels in the statute, so we're going to work, Dan and I are going to work on this one, and this has to be adopted. The state's requiring this to be in everybody's code.
Gotcha.
And that's the end of it.
you.
So, thank you.
So, well, actually, no, we're not gonna do that. We're just, they know we needed to have more discussion about the right-of-way, and, but everything else seems conceptual, unless anybody else, another bite of the apple, anybody else have any problem with any of this? Okay, good. Okay, that being end of that presentation, we are open to council discussion. Any discussion before I go to public comment? Okay, so public comment. Let's see who has signed up. Now it's more complicated because I've got way too many numbers. I'll tell you what, let's just throw this list. If you want to speak to this item, line up on the wall like the old days, and we'll just go one at a time. And then we have Live Local. Yep.
Hello, my name is Ken Stoltenberg. I live at 1208 East Kennedy Drive in Grand Central Kennedy in the Channel District. I'm here to speak on either 8 or 9. We've kind of jumbled them together, but it has to do with increasing the height and the density of buildings in the Channel District and the response that we got back from Tallahassee, this outfit called Florida Commerce. And I'd like to address that because, and this is also going to bleed into what, I'm going to be back today. You may be sick of me by the end. I'll be back for the night meeting because we've got the other thing, is basically, Florida Commerce said if you allow more density in a coastal high hazard zone, it's got to be more difficult to get the people to evacuate out of the coastal high hazard zone if there is a hurricane. So Truett Gardner, my attorney, has responded to that, and he's going to go over that response tonight. I'm not going to try to redo that here. There's a bigger I don't think that Florida Commerce did their homework here, because if they looked, you couldn't get a better place to evacuate people from than the Channel District because of 275, I-75, the new connector, and going out to 75. The bigger issue is we got a state of 23 million plus people. We got 3 main roads out of it, 75, 95, and 301. We kind of know where these hurricanes are going to go, but if you have 24 hours, 36 hours, or 12 hours, it's really tough. So what we need to do is prioritize the people who need to evacuate. The state of Florida in 2000 adopted a new building code, and I put it right up there with almost the Declaration of Independence and the Magna Carta. Well, maybe not quite. But what it did was, we never built buildings to withstand hurricanes in Florida. So everybody had to run away. For the past 25 years, we have been building buildings to withstand hurricanes. The people in those buildings shouldn't be forced to evacuate. I'm not saying that they have to stay put, but when we give evacuation orders, we look at what zone it's in. What we really should be looking at is how stout is the structure you're staying in, and what types of things does that structure have, like backup generators and fire pumps? Are there other places you can stay in the building? The building that I live in, the walls are 6 foot or 6 inches of concrete reinforced with rebar. My windows are double pane, good up to 125 miles an hour, and are small missile impact resistant. That means you can shoot a 2x4 at it, and a 2x4 turns into splinters. My building also has stairwells that are 8-inch block. They're very safe. It's almost like a bomb shelter. The elevator lobbies are shear walls. They're a foot thick, tons of rebar in them. The only thing that's going to hurt that building is the Air Force. All the new buildings are like that. Florida Commerce takes none of that into account, and we really need to be thinking of the things. Government does right stuff. The 2000 building code was very much the right stuff, and we've been building those buildings for 25 years. We need to acknowledge that. We don't need to tell everybody to run away like a Monty Python skit anymore.
Ken, do you have enough supplies for all of us to evacuate to your place?
Absolutely.
We know where the
Chair?
hurricane party's going to be.
Chair?
To think about.
There you go. No, I agree.
Andy Joe Scaglione, and not
Chair?
to,
Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm
Councilman.
on here on item 8 and 9.
Hold on. we're-
We can't see anyone. All we can see is a giant bubble. There's
Okay,
no-
CTTV, if you could focus, I mean, not that anybody wants to see Andy Scaglione, but if you could focus on the podium.
Okay, ready?
And there we go. Oh, my goodness. Yes, in the flesh.
Good. Okay, I'm here. Item 8, 9 is Ken Stoltenberg. I'm not going to repeat everything he said, but very, very, very actually aggravating that I'm even here after the state definitely didn't do their homework on this, Florida Commerce. I mean, their main focus, potential adverse impacts on hurricane evacuation. We got the best hurricane routes coming out of Channel Side with what Ken just said. We got Leroy, we got I-4, we got 75. They definitely didn't do their homework here. We have the CRA, that we have infrastructure dollars to be put in this area. It makes no sense why this letter was written. Heck, DOT even wrote saying that it has no impact on the important state transportation resources. This is from DOT. This makes no sense. I ask y'all to give direction to staff to fight this, and because they are totally, the state doesn't know what they're doing regarding Tampa, Florida, okay, in this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy.
And regarding the FAR, yeah, 3.5 is antiquated. We need to get that up to the 10.
Thank you. Stephen?
Steve Michelini. I don't think there's anything that prohibits us from applying stronger, bigger standards like the driveway, the garages and all that. So when we come forward, it's not prohibited, it just won't be required. Am I correct? The second thing is, a number of properties were cited under some of these codes that you put on hold and they're revising. They were not only cited, but they were also assessed fines that were paid. And I have a question about how that's going to be handled. So apparently, when that bill went through, it nullified the codes that were cited and used as justification for collecting those fines. So I'd like for that to look at that. And you also asked for, and I'll hand this over to Marty when he's finished. You asked for the consequences, and I'll read portions of the last two paragraphs of the letter that was sent to Manatee County. And it says, if the board chooses to continue down this path, the consequences are inevitable. The consequences may include litigation, heightened public scrutiny, and becoming the example of local government that caused a law to be clarified, amended, and enacted to ensure action there as it was not to happen again in the future. By way of this letter, the department has copied the leadership of the Florida Transportation, Economic Development, Natural Resources, and agencies for awareness as stewards of the taxpayers' resources. Please rest assured that if the county continues down this path, all discretionary funding decisions by this agency and others, including all grant awards and the reimbursements, will be subject to a heightened scrutiny and possible delays given the board's clear action and inability to understand the state law. And I'll be happy to give this to Mr. Shelby. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next. Start with your name.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Harrison Bailey here, resident of historic Ybor City. So we're going to take a couple steps back in the SB 180 conversation back to Ybor, and to kind of dovetail on Michelini's subject. I just want to say that, like a few people on City Council have expressed this morning, we are pretty confused that this is the first that we're hearing that the new code of 27-178 was no longer being enforced. We actually wrote a letter to the city back in July requesting a response, and kind of delineating a lot of questions that we had as to why things weren't being enforced. We never got a response, so this is the first we're hearing now, kind of a very late reason why. So this is a lot of information to take in, so I apologize that my brain's not very organized at the moment. I'm curious why we did not go line by line in the Ybor specific code amendments like Mr. Cotton and Abby just did on the proposed code amendments, just because I think not all of those changes are restrictive in a way that would, get us into trouble with SB 180. It seems like we could take those line by line and really look and see, like, okay, can we keep this intact? Can we move things around? For example, the requirement that we have a public barrio hearing for new parking lot requests, to me, is not overly restrictive or not more restrictive. It's actually just a clarification. We believe there's nothing that was in the previous code about how that should happen, whether it should have been administrative or barrio board hearing. So I think it's just a, clarification, as it were. And I don't really see the problem with that. I think that anything that's happening in a historic district really needs public input in order to move through. I think that just makes sense. And then second, I would request that HINCA and the neighborhood really be kept informed on how this is moving and be a part of any conversation regarding Ybor going forward as it relates to SB 180 and how that's gonna affect us. I would also love some sort of communication from city staff regarding how they went through the newly adopted code from 2024 and decided that all of it had to go out because of SB 180. It's a little confusing. And lastly, just a renewed ask to actually enforce the code even as it was before the changes that were made last year. As a resident and my fellow residents, we don't see any code being enforced, and it's just confusing. So just a renewed ask there. Thank you.
I think you know from this council, you all have our support, and Councilwoman Hurtak led the charge on this, and we stood behind her and pushing forward this. A lot of the stuff is because of sometimes unburdensome legal fees. If you try to challenge them, we'll try to wait it out. You weigh out those options. But I would highly suggest you guys shoot towards Tallahassee, the State House, the State Senate, and the governor on this issue. So help us help you.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. Pointer?
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. I have 2 questions and a comment. One, I thought you couldn't make motions during workshop. Maybe I'm wrong. Why can't we throw these rules against the wall and see what sticks? Is there like a punishment if we submit something that goes against it? I don't know. It just seems to me like there's nothing here that anybody made up to intentionally screw somebody. And then my statement is Tallahassee sucks.
Can I get a second? Somebody wants to go to Tallahassee? Okay, so we're down to our last item. We're going to the Live Local Act, please. Okay, Mr. Shelby.
Yeah, I just want to put the matter with regard to making motions. There is nothing in your rules that prevent the making of the motions. The only comment that refers to it is Rule 4D has a sentence that says, "No official action on the matter which is the subject of the workshop shall be taken during or after a workshop unless the public is afforded the opportunity to comment prior to action."
Okay, so we had a properly noticed meeting, and we had public comment for each item, so. Okay.
It's a misunderstanding that you can't make, there are, under your rules, there are bodies that do not take public comment and do not take action. This council at the time these rules were adopted
Is there a requirement, because this is a publicly noticed meeting, we have to take public comment, correct?
No.
No.
No, we could have a discussion on that. You have to take public comment on the Florida statutes before final action. When council has previously discussed this, historically when it was discussed, the community strongly voiced an opinion that the time for the public to really have an input on the item is not at the last minute at the public hearing before adoption, but during this point in council as a public policy and transparency and wanting to get public input, made the decision to add that to your workshop.
Thank you. Eric?
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. I know you're a little bit over your time, so I'll be very fast. If you could bring up the Live Local real quick, I'll just do.
That'd be item number 6?
Yes, sir. This is the last one on the agenda. So just a quick summary of the history of Live Local. State adopted it in July of 2023. It was amended in 2024, and that amendment included the distance from military installations, like for the city of Tampa would be MacDill Air Force Base. They amended it again this year. And I'll get to my last slide is the amendment for that. Again, just as a quick summary, 40% of a development must be affordable. If it's a mixed use, meaning so there's mixed use of resi and non-residential, 65% of the floor area must be residential, and 40% of that 65% has to be affordable. Height based on residential or commercial within 1 mile of the site. Parking calculated at 0.8. One of the changes to the statute now was to take that into consideration. We already offer a 20% reduction in required parking numbers, and then the green space requirement, depending upon how what your use is and stuff like that. So anyway, new language, they now include PDs. So if you have a planned development that was approved for a non-residential use, someone could come in and apply for a Live Local under the statute now. Within historic districts, the review for that must be administrative. So for like the historic preservation, if it was in the Ybor City zoning, Ybor City district, that would be reviewed by the BLC administrator, not the entire BLC. And again, like I said, we must consider a reduction in parking, which the city already had built in 2 years ago when Live Local first came about. And this is just a highlight of our webpage. This is a list of all the Live Locals that are, as of the date of this presentation, which was about two or 3 weeks ago when it was put together, lists all the Live Locals we've processed to date, and there's a map showing where they are. That gets updated each time we approve we bring in a new live local, we update the map. And it gets updated to the web.
So those denied, what was the basis of those denials?
The one at 800 Harbor Island Boulevard, I don't think we should be discussing.
Okay.
Unless legal feels otherwise, but I don't think that should be discussed. And the
No-
4202
noted.
Spruce was actually on a PD before they amended the statute. So those were the two denials. The other ones. Correct, but it was also there was a combination of the two on that one. So those are the two denials. Other than that, they've been approved as requested. I talked to a gentleman today that has one approved down by the base. They want to actually do that for military housing. They have the approval. They want to modify some of it to focus on military families. So they're probably going to be trying to do instead of just doing 1 and 2, they want to do 3 and 2 bedrooms. So that'll be.
I think I spoke with the same gentleman.
Okay, there you go. So there you have it. And that's it for the summary of the Live Local.
The historic district,
Yes,
the
sir.
administrative review, what standards are they using and what basis could they deny?
I'm going to ask Dean, no, it's not here anymore. Okay. I was going to ask Dina for assistance on that one. Pardon? But,
I just asked that question.
yes.
If it's okay, if we can get back to you on
Yeah,
that, we can
absolutely.
follow back. I just asked Susan Johns-Velez the same question, leaned over and was like, so there's no certificate of appropriateness? Right, so can we get you that answer
Yeah,
and we'll get
absolutely.
back with
I
you?
mean,
I'm sorry, we don't have that
No,
this
no,
morning.
it's good. No, I appreciate that answer, actually, so it's good. Thank you.
Right.
Ms.,
Chair,
Councilwoman Hurtak.
can you email that to all of us? Because that was my question as well.
Absolutely.
Good, thank you. Does the council have any further questions? Hearing none, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Of course there is.
Oh, I wouldn't miss this one. I've been waiting a long time for this.
Thank you. Can you state your name? I think I recognize you, but I'm not sure.
No, I've never been here before. Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I've given you all each a copy of this. I'm going to point out that this rezoning that has come to you recently, let me read this because I don't want to miss anything. I want to start by reminding council that you should never give away the power to make decisions for land use. The decisions going on behind closed doors have been and continue to be an issue. This Live Local is a stick to abuse our local governments, thanks to Tallahassee. REZ 2559, a new rezoning that goes back to set the setbacks where the LDC currently requires it, okay? This is a small developer who paid thousands of dollars to have the setbacks returned to where the city requires it. So, but let's look at other properties. They get to do something called an SNO, which I like to call snow job. What is that? What does it cost? What happens? It's not in the code. Why is no information in the SELA for the public use? There's nothing in there. And let's look at other properties. Now this is an SNO. I asked Ms. Wells, where do I find this in the code? Where's it in the comp plan? She said, talk to Mr. Cotton. Last time I checked, he wasn't an attorney. I went through the last 35 SNOs. Only one of them has any documents in the file. No documents, 0 out of 35 things. They don't even tell you what they've done. A lot of them say zoning review. What's that mean? I don't know. You should ask. But over and over again, it says zoning review. Now, I want to show you what happened with the SNO for this Live Local at 7400 Inter Bay Boulevard. There was a 151-foot setback in the original application. 151 feet. Growth and Development issued this memo. A qualifying development located within a quarter of a mile of a military installation requires the application rezoning subject to city council. Did y'all ever hear that? Nope, you didn't. So there is the code. This is a memorandum from the city of Tampa that says it's written. You cannot do this without it coming in front of council. Here's the Live Local Act, where it says it may not be administratively approved. But wait, we got this snow job. What is that? An administrative approval, but by God, it was done. Now, the setback got changed in that change, and I only know this because the attorney had to pull public records on it. It's still not in the records. 62 feet less. They changed the setbacks by 62 feet. Why were they not in this council? They made those poor guys come and apply to go back to what the land use code dictates, and yet these people are doing this. How much does an SNO cost? Look at all the, I put some more documents in here. Take a minute and read them and see what's going on behind closed doors at the city of Tampa. Because this is crap and everybody knows it.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer.
Thank you.
That concludes our business for the day. There's no staff reports. Okay, there's no new business. I'm sorry. Okay, do we go through new business first with council, then I'll get to you? Councilman Carlson, new business? Councilman Vieira? We can, yeah. Councilman Maniscalco? Councilman Miranda? Did you say you had some?
Yeah, it's not a motion. I wanted to mention, I was talking about this with Darlene, that September 21st to the 27th is Historically Black Colleges and Universities Week. And I wanted to mention that just because of the late Gwen Henderson, that she always made it a point to, have events for that. And here's Darlene for that. And just how important that is. I remember before she passed on, she had a big event for students who were going to HCBUs throughout the United States. And it was the last time that I saw her, and she was a proud Rattler and FAMU graduate. So I just thought, I just wanted to mention that, we obviously have FAMU, Bethune-Cookman here in Florida, along with many others, and nationally, Howard, Spelman, Morehouse, among many, many others. And just something worthy to note for, when we talk about not having a District 5 person here, that's one of those issues that historically a District 5 person I think would bring up, and Gwen obviously did that a lot. So just wanted to mention that. And Darlene's right here, so thank you for that, my dear.
Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Councilman Miranda, any new business? Mr. Shelby, you had something to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. On page 4 of your calendar is the October 23rd agenda, a set forth of what staff reports are on unfinished business. And I'm asking for a clarification. It says City Council schedules a discussion regarding the goals and objectives / scope for the Charter Review Commission to consider, etc. And I'm wondering whether that is actually City Council discussion of the goals, or is it that day you're going to schedule a discussion? It doesn't make sense that you would actually have a staff report for scheduling. So I would ask for a clarification so that it reflects what council's intention is.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Sure. Since this was my motion, I will amend it to say City Council discusses or has a discussion regarding the goals and objectives.
So under staff reports and unfinished business on the agenda for City Council regular session at 9 a.m. on October 23rd, the third from the last item will be changed from discussion to
Schedule, strike the word schedules or
Yeah,
to discuss?
instead of the word schedules, just change it to the word has.
So we strike schedules and insert has. Thank you.
Yep.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Is that all you have? We have a motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
I will see you all back here at 5:01 p.m. at 301 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida.
3rd floor.